Okay, welcome back today at Matakawe, and we've moving into our session today, our briefing. We're going to actually throw the agenda out a little bit because I've asked CEO Maris to give us an update on the last week's Dargaville water issue. So he's going to take us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to do this. What I'm going to do today is just talk about the Dargaville water situation that happened last week. I'm going to talk about sort of what happened, how we responded, and sort of next steps for us, just so that you're aware, and also that the public are aware as well. I do want to start off by obviously thanking the community for their patience. I mean, it wasn't a good scenario, a good situation. We had to work it through. I do appreciate the angst that is created when water is not provided. So I do want to thank the community at the outset. Okay, so effectively what happened? Okay, the Dargaville treatment reservoir is normally maintained at between 70 and 90% during a normal working week. Last Wednesday, the raw water flow reduced in the morning. The team started, it's called walking the line. They basically go and physically check the pipes. And we've got a long line as well, so they walked the line. Found a leak around 4 k's from the Dargaville water plant at 2 p.m. that day. Okay, they isolated the water line at that point where the Roto line crosses into the Mamaranui raw water main, which is where we get our water from for Dargaville. We do think this may have caused a pressure surge in both lines, but the team fixed the leak they initially found. So it was found at 2, fixed by 5 p.m. on the Wednesday. At 7:30 p.m. that Wednesday, so that's last Wednesday, the plant was back in production. By this time, the reservoir level had dropped to 49% though, as water obviously was being used by the community, but no water was coming into the plant during the period of the repair. So it was down at 49% at that point. At 5 a.m. Thursday, the reservoir level was at 45%, which started to cause a bit of a concern. So we sort of enacted an emergency waters response at that point. On Thursday, we organised water carriers to bring in water from Ruawai, Maungataroto and Maungataupiri in Whangarei district. And they actually ran for 24 hours a day during the event. So they ran constantly through the event to replenish the reservoir with treated water. Okay. Our messaging started at 1:30 p.m. on the Thursday to our community to start conserving water because we were worried about the levels of the reservoir. Now, 3 other leaks were found on the Thursday at around 5 p.m. So we leaped into more action and immediately worked on those leaks with contractors from Downers. So they got a team from Whangarei and Auckland in to help with that, as well as Harrison's, a local firm, to repair the leaks as well. It is possible the pressure surge caused these additional leaks, but we actually don't know that for sure. We're still part of our investigation and our analysis. We still have to go through that process. Remembering, of course, we're on the 2nd working day after the event itself. So we're still working through that. These other leaks, though, they're all fixed by 2 a.m. Saturday, 31st of May. So they worked overnight to get all of this stuff done. However, as there was no raw water through our pipes, the trucks replenishing the reservoir could not keep up with demand, and water outages were reported on the Saturday as reservoir levels totally dropped at that point. After the repairs, it took some time to purge the air from the system. So you can imagine the raw water main pipe is significant in length, 26 kilometres is a minimum there. So a lot of air came into the system during the time of the repairs. So it did take quite a bit of time to purge the air from the system. So it took about 16 hours from 2 a.m. Saturday before the reservoir actually started registering volume again. So that's how long it took to get the air out, took the water to go through the pipes and to start getting treated to get into the reservoir itself. Remembering that the water is treated prior to moving into the reservoir. All right. So during the period, lower lying areas of Dargaville had some access to water, albeit at pressure. So there was generally access for Dargaville mostly, but there were periods of outages as well. And by 6 p.m. Saturday, the reservoir had filled to about 1.9%. So it was starting to fill up at that point. By 7:30 a.m. Sunday, the reservoir was back up to 21%, and by 11 a.m. Monday, 47%. Okay, so it started filling up, and the water was getting treated. Obviously, there were some streets above the plant, so we had to turn the booster pumps off. They couldn't work when obviously there was no water in the reservoir, so it got to a point where we had to turn those booster pumps. Those booster pumps are important because there are streets they pump the water up to the streets that are located above the treatment plant, and I think there is about 70 properties that are affected by that. Okay. So they effectively had no access to water from Friday till Sunday. So they were the most affected people in this space. They were eventually turned back on again around 5 p.m. Sunday. So I just want to sort of walk through how we responded in this space as well. So we set up an emergency waters response, a small team. It's a very small team. We rely on contractors a lot for the actual physical work. We started communicating with our public, like I said, conservation of water message about 1:30 p.m. on Thursday. You would have heard me on our media interviews as well. We communicated via Facebook, our website, Anteno, on the radio, and then some outlets picked it up online as well. So that was Radio New Zealand is a good example of that. We coordinated the response and repair crews with our contractors who worked, as I said before, over and into the night to fix the issues. That was also applies to our staff. A couple of our staff members were, still working at 2 a.m. in the morning, trying to work through the issues to get this on for our community. Very thankful for the efforts of our staff, but also very thankful for the efforts of our contractors, who I outlined before, but also our water carriers as well. They 24/7, they were shipping water in so that there was enough, so that there was treated water for the community. Clearly, we couldn't truck in enough to deal with demand, which is why the levels dropped.
Right?
Can you just finish and then we can go? Yeah, sure. Also the response team communicated to parts of the community that really needed water. So there's a dialysis patient we worked through and talked to them as well. The Dargaville Hospital has its own tanks. However, they were using water all the time, so we made sure that the water truck filled up the Dargaville Hospital as well. We talked to rest homes, cafes, schools. The schools have their own tanks recently installed as well, which is quite handy. And to be honest, kind of thankful it's on a long weekend, actually. Preschools and daycares and Silverfin Farms, we talked to them as well. And, obviously they required ongoing water to keep their coolers operational too. So the team got out and communicated with all of those people on the Thursday/Friday. We sample tested the water. So you recall that to get to the reservoir, it has to be treated first. So our water is treated prior to getting to the reservoir. So in the reservoir itself is where the treated water comes. And we were using those trucks to fill the reservoir with treated water. So there's a little bit of a, turbidity created through that process as well. So, some people at the moment may be seeing the results of that come through their water in Dargaville too. I just want to reassure the public, if anybody's listening here, that we test the water constantly. We test it for E. coli primarily, and whilst it may look a little dirty because of that turbidity created, the water is 100% safe to drink. On Sunday, we tested the water, 4 tests were done, and they were negative at all times, and we're still testing at the moment to make sure that it is good water for our community. So that's good. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the raw water main, if I could, and sort of just explain that to you. So the raw water line was expected to have a 70 to 80 year life after it was installed, and it was installed in 1958. With me, Councillor Nair. So obviously the raw water main itself, that doesn't apply to fixtures and fittings like bolts and pumps, which we check annually, all of that general routine maintenance. But basically the lifespan of the water main takes us to about 2028 to 2038 as far as life goes. Full replacement of the pipe, we would estimate would cost around $20 million. To get that, it's a significant pipe, significant infrastructure for our community. Renewals on the water main have been considered as follows, right? So we annually inspect for visible leaks and issues, and obviously the bolts, all that sort of stuff, the peripherals that can fail, and we annually check them to make sure they're okay. We sample the line at multiple points to assess condition and criticality, so understanding how the line is looking as well. And we're planning the replacement according to the outcomes from those examinations, if you will. Okay. We have got physical work scheduled from year 4, so that's 27-28 for this one. And in our 30-year infrastructure plan that we prepared for Local Waters Done Well, which is ironically on this agenda today, you'll see. In years 4 to 10, there's 10.5 million allocated for water systems renewals. And in years 21 to 30, there's $30 million allocated for district-wide system renewals. So we'll have to go through a bit of a prioritisation process in the next couple of years, the next year, to work out where we need to spend that. And obviously, the Dargaville water main is a big contender given the age of it and when it's due to be for replacement. Right? Wanted to let you know, over the last 5 years, we have not done nothing. We've actually spent $750,000 on the river crossings on the line because we recognised that they were, needing work to be done. So that was done in 2020 to 23. So we spent $750,000 on those river crossings and making sure that they were sound and they wouldn't fail. And over the last 12 months, there have been no signs of leaks. We did a quick search. Admittedly, it was only a quick search because we only had ahead of today. But it showed no signs of leaks reported in the raw water line in the previous 12-month period. So it has been relatively sound up until what happened the other day. As far as the reservoir goes, it's 500 cubic metres or 5 million litres. That's how big it is. So it is pretty big, and when operating as it should, it's perfectly sufficient for the Dargaville community. Normal Dargaville operations consumption is at 115 cubic metres per hour, so it's 115,000 litres. That's what they go through. Once we asked users to conserve, it dropped to 90 cubic metres per hour. So it did drop, which we're thankful for. However, there was still obviously water being used as well. Just a key fact, the last time the reservoir was emptied was the 1988 Cyclone Bowler event, actually. So that was the last time that it got to zero. Obviously it's a really unusual event for this to occur. So next steps for us, I just want to sort of walk you through here. So obviously, I want to acknowledge the KDC staff, the contractors, but also Harrison's and the water carriers. They all leapt to action and did their best to remedy it as fast as they could for the community. Do want to obviously thank the community. Like I said before, it's really important that they understand what went on and the work that went on in the background and what we're going to do about it. So that's why I'm talking to you today. We'll be having a more formal debrief with our staff and contractors to identify anything else that we could have done or could have worked on or need to work on. And we involved Taumata Arawai. So you will recall that the government set up a water regulator called Taumata Arawai. During the event, we communicated with them and told them what we were doing. They were comfortable with our approach. But obviously we will have to, and are in this midst of writing an investigative report for Taumata Arawai as well, which I will share with the council to see, what the story is, right? If there are any things identified as far as things we could have improved upon, that'll be part of that report and part of that debrief cycle, for want of a better phrase. And then, of course, we've got to look at the raw water main renewals for Dargaville, and we're going to investigate that a bit further, and we may need to up the prioritisation in our capital program as well. So we just need to go through that work and have a look at it, given that, there is a program of work already set up, and we just need to do a bit more work in that space. And then, of course, we'll need to understand the financial cost of the event as well and get that information together too. So, Mr. Mayor, you have to bear with me if we take questions that I may not be able to answer, to be honest, because the staff are still working on the reporting to Taumata Arawai. I asked them not to come today for that reason. They've been working all weekend and they need to get this reporting done. However, happy to take some questions and I'll do my best to answer if I can. If not, we'll just we'll continue on. So,
Councillor Pennywell, followed by Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Jason. First of all, this is it's been such a disappointing event that's occurred and completely foreseeable, given that we know that we have a failing infrastructure that was pretty much set up at the inception of Dargaville Township being built. First question that I have is, what maintenance logs and reports do we have that would have identified any of the areas, and what was the area where the leak occurred identified in any pre-existing reports, and do those reports identify any other areas that could break at any point? And then the second question that I have is, why wasn't the Dargaville ward councillors invited to? Why was only one councillor singled out to go and serve and meet with the team?
Okay, I'll answer the first question. I'm not able to answer the second question, but I'll answer the first question. And before you turned up, Councillor Paniora, I took the council through the renewals program and what we've been doing in that space. Where the leaks occurred, it wasn't indicated previously as part of that program that was a break at all, or an impending break. So it wasn't highlighted previously. So no.
That one being assessed though, or was it within that report? Had that,
The pipe's like
because it's way,
26 kilometres long. Yeah.
and that's why I asked that,
Yeah.
because you
We do sample.
it wasn't identified in a report that was assessed within the township. But what I'm asking is, did the team branch out
Yeah. So
along that 26-kilometre line to check?
yeah, what I said before is we do sample testing on the main, and what you missed at the start too also was the fact that it's got an estimated lifespan of 60 to 80 years. It's not due 26 to 28 is what I said. So there is some work that we need to do, and we have it scheduled into our local waters done well strategy, the 30-year strategy that's on this agenda. So you missed that at the start. But we also do an annual review of the entire line, but you know it's obviously sometimes it's difficult because to really sample it, investigate it, you have to dig it up, right? A lot of it's underground, so you do an annual walk of the line to try and understand the network, and no problems were identified. And what I also said over the last 12 months, there have been no. We did a quick check yesterday. We couldn't find any evidence of any leaks prior to the 12 months prior.
So what we take away from this is that a part of the pipe that wasn't identified as needing to be replaced immediately burst. So the ones that have been identified as needing replacing are ticking time bombs. Can we get some
I didn't say that.
level? No, that's what I'm saying. Can we get some identification of those within the report? And then I would like to see a budget allocated immediately towards the replacement of those ticking time bombs.
So we don't know if there's any ticking time bombs, Councillor Paniora. You're putting words in my mouth there. So
Let him answer the question, please. Let him answer the question, please,
I
Councillor.
just want to clarify what I mean by ticking time bomb is that the report that has identified those parts of the network that need replacing.
that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that what we do is we do sample testing throughout, and we do an annual visual inspection.
None need replacing, got it.
And what I also said before you arrived is we've got a program of work already scheduled in the financial staff of Failsy Local Waters Done Well. In years 4 to 10, there's $10.5 million allocated. In years 21 to 30, there's $30 million allocated. So we are reviewing that program, obviously, given the events that happened last week.
Well, can we see the program or the reports? I want to see some reports because I'm this is a serious issue
And
that's going to continue for our town. And I want to see what work is actually being done on the network and whether we've got enough funding allocated to repair those that have been identified as urgently needing replacing.
Yeah, that's all fair enough.
Level of reporting around this. We're the ones that are responsible for allocating the funding, and we've got a gaping gap within the knowledge that we have around the table on this issue, and you're telling me, oh, we have a program of work, we have a program of work. That's just towing the line, I suppose. And I'd like to see some of the reports that you're referring to and the program of work. I'd like to see those that are immediately needing replacing, so that we can have a look at the scale. I don't even know what the scale of the problem is. And I'm pretty sure that we should know that around this table. So, I mean, it's okay for mediocre, if you run a mediocre organisation, that's fine. I expect.
So Councillor Paniora, I
So-
need to pause for a second here. I do not run a mediocre organisation. I take offence to what you're saying there.
You're saying,
No, you're putting words in my
I
mouth.
think if you'd been here for his detailed summation of the whole event and the fact that we have a $4 to $10 million, in years 4 to 10, we already have $10.4 million allocated. And in the year 20 to 30, we have 30 mil. So he's taken us through that and he's described how the line is inspected, et cetera, et cetera. So certainly I think any information that's available, it'll be made available to members, but to make aspersions that we haven't, as a council, been undertaking inspections, or we've allowed a line that's beyond its use, that's not the case. We have a 27 to 28 lifespan remaining, year 27 to 28. So I think we've had a pretty good explanation.
I want more funding, 72 million for Mangawhai. We're the ones sitting on the disaster waiting to happen in Dargaville. This is completely unacceptable, and all of the emails back and forth around this has been excellent, great work and all of that. It should never have happened in the first place. And we need to take a level of responsibility around the table, but we don't even know, again, we don't know the span or how much more are waiting to burst at any moment, especially under the significant strain that the network was placed under in the last couple of days.
Well, I would say is you're not an engineer, you don't run the inspections. We do have inspections, and Councillor Paniora, CE Maris has explained all that in his briefing today. So, and by the way, I went over to Dargaville at 5 o'clock on the Sunday morning. I didn't know whether there'd be anybody at the plant or not. And Councillor Lambeth has a role with civil defence, so I asked him to come and have a look, and we went up there and had a look. So I don't know whether you wanted to get out of bed at 6 o'clock in the morning to do that, but we did.
Yes.
Okay, can I have another question? Councillor Naya, you're on my list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I would not repeat what Councillor Paniora said. It was a disgrace, as you know, a national disgrace. Dargaville was very infamous again. But you did well, the staff did well, and the community supported. So I thank you for that. I have concerns. I spent 1 hour, start of my term, at the treatment plant with a water expert.
You making a statement or are you asking?
No, I'm asking a question on that.
Oh.
I'm not making a publicity statement. I'm just saying a factual comment. The state of equipment was rusted. I have some photos 2 years ago. I was still on my phone. But the point I'm trying to make, what people are telling, and people obviously know more than you and I, because they have lived there 40, 50 years. There have been some sections of pipe replaced under the bridge. So there is a possibility to even go by section wise, as long as you are able to inspect it properly and maintain it properly. There is money sitting, 200,000 for donkey years, I think 3 years at least, for water. Dargaville main water hasn't been touched. It is still in your plan. It is still in budget, and money spent is less than $1,000. So I think we should get on this. I mean, forget what happened, forget what is going to happen, because it's going to happen. If there are 3 years to go or 2 years to go, it will happen any day. And we don't want to be sitting around here having the same discussion then, that we did a good job, I woke up at 4 o'clock and all those things. So my question is what we are doing about it in terms of spending that money, because the flood money has not been spent, this money has not been spent. I don't want another flood coming to Dargaville in 4 months. It comes very close, and I don't want this.
Thanks, Councillor. Now, with regard to the funding, it has been spent as we report to you on the project, so you'll see that. As far as what we're going to do about it, I think I've outlined that already. We have a program of work already scheduled in with the funding allocated, so that's already done. We are going to, remember, it's only day 2 after the event, okay? So we're going to make sure that we report to Taumata Arowai on the incident, make sure we take some learnings from this and work out what we need to be doing. And then we're going to relook at the program of work that we have scheduled already. So that's what I've said to you, and that's what we do.
Thank you, as long as you give us the progress report.
That's the report.
Thank you.
No doubt will be updated as we get that information. And Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thanks for your update, Jason, which I'm sure you've had to put together on the fly with that only happening on the weekend and us meeting today. I have a couple of questions. The first thing I'd like to know is the age of the pipeline. So you said, Jason, that it was installed in 1958 with a 70 to 80 year lifespan, but then later on you said 60 to 80 years. So I just want to get that clarified.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer that now, Councillor Wilson-Collins. So it was installed in 1958 with a 70 to 80 year life from installation, which takes us through to 28 to 38 window.
Okay, and this might be a silly question, but
It was
do
all
we
the
Can
have,
you be quiet, please? We will run this meeting where people put their hand up and they ask their questions in a civil manner without interrupting. Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, continue.
yeah, so it might be a dumb question, but is there actually like documentation that backs that up? Like where do we get that information from? Because none of us were around in 1958.
Neither was I. Councillor Wong.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've got to rely on the team, my estimate management team who provided that information for me. I'm sure there is, but we have to get back in.
That's a lie.
What?
So yeah, the reason I'm asking is because there's a lot of
Oh,
theories floating around the community, as is being expressed around the table, about how long that pipeline was meant to last for. Is there plans to do any comms to the community now about what about that age of that pipeline, the lifespan it was meant to have when it was installed, to settle some of the misinformation possibly floating around or correct what people think?
We'll have a look at that, Councillor Wilson-Collins. I mean, the main purpose, it's not just today, it's just not a purpose for talking to you, it's for talking to the community as well. And I understand that we have some media listening to this too, for that point as well. So, but we'll definitely look at that.
And my last question was the report to Taumata Arowai. Does that include a lot of those facts that you gave today about this? Just because if that's going to be presented to councillors, that would be, if they haven't taken notes or weren't in the room, that might be helpful for them to have as well.
I'm not completely aware of the report requirements to Taumata Arowai, but I think from a context perspective, it'd be important to include that information. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share some notes with the council.
Yeah, and just to assure everybody, we will be receiving a copy of that report. Correct? Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jason, thank you for that update, and I think that also your reporting through the weekend, trying times, was good too. But my question relates specifically to the situation that we're in now, because, as you say, we are nearing the end of life of a significant infrastructure piece here in Dargaville. So with that, I know that you've talked about there's monitoring that's done and checking the whole 26 Ks, but is there an increase in the monitoring and in fact the sophistication? Because I dare say, taking a point that you made earlier, you're not digging up around the pipe all the time. So there is technology that's used to check the joins and...
Well, I can't answer that, Councillor, because I don't technically know. But, you know, what I would say here is, you know, obviously this event is And I acknowledge, quite difficult for our community. I absolutely acknowledge that. I mean, 100%. But we will absolutely look at our monitoring tools and what we can do in that space. We need to lean on our neighbours a little bit here too. Maybe Whangarei and Auckland with their technology and see what we can do. But what's really important here is how we respond to this, and look at whether or not we need to reprioritise the work and the budget to remedy it if there are significant issues found, which we do not know yet. Can I just say as well, as far as the lifespan, there was some sample testing done 15 years ago. The team that are talking to me now that said there were 30-year lifespan left 15 years ago. So that's where the 15-year comes from.
But we are coming to some vulnerable stage, and so I would expect that there would be.
Which is why we've got the funding allocated.
Increased monitoring.
Councillor Lambeth.
If I could just take a little bit of leave here, I've got a question, but just prior to that, there's been a lot of talk about fire safety and the town being serviced by pressured hydrants during this time. I've had a meeting with Peter Henwood during that time, and he said there was no threat due to the massive supply of water tankers. So they would adapt it very quickly and use their pump and the available water tankers for an emergency. So just so the public knows and that we can squash that fear that was there. The other question that I've got is the Te Tai Tokerau water. Oh, no, we're not public excluded, so I won't go further there. Sorry, we'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think that it is public information that we're considering that option, isn't it?
Considering, yes, that is.
Okay, so in the event that we proceed down that path, will that line need to be replaced?
I don't really want to go into the detail, but the raw water that's provided could be provided from the Tautokoro Dam is of a quality that's different from the raw water that we get in from our sources. So there'd be additional treatment required to even get close to that.
Okay, right. I did also want to say, just to forewarn you that it's well known that floggings will continue until morale improves. So I just you'll accept this with good grace. But I did actually ask the question, I think, some months ago when we were going through our long-term plan process, because from what I had heard at the time when I was working for the council, which is quite some years ago now, that the line was approaching the end of its life. And I was given assurances that it actually had been through a renovation process that meant that it was good to go, and that may essentially be true. Still applicable. So far be it from me. I wouldn't want to accuse anyone of telling untruths.
I think that's the message I said before. 15 years ago, we did some sample testing of the pipeline. It's about the time frame you're maybe talking about, Councillor.
It could be
30 years after that. 30 years left.
So
life at that point.
Okay, thank you. So two further things. One is, would this be something, this live issue is something that should be referred to our Audit and Risk Committee?
Yeah, that's fine. I think
is the appropriate way of dealing with it. Because it's an existential threat to the viability of Dargaville.
Possibly. I think also it's full council, to be honest.
Okay, right. And I just was wondering too, is it possible there is technology which could actually inspect the pipe from the inside, as done with sewer pipes?
Yeah, I know it's possible. I don't know the detail around it.
Yeah,
so I just apologise for that.
And that's okay. So I guess I was just putting it out there as it might be something investigating to provide some more reassurance, because there could be evidence on the inside of the pipe that something a joint is about to give way or whatever.
My understanding is the pipe is concrete lined, actually, the inside.
Okay.
As well. So it is quite strong.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Right, thank you for that update, CU Maris. I just want to say that they acknowledge the inconvenience this episode made for people, residents of Dargaville. I'd like to thank them for their patience, and I'd also like to thank the people involved in working sometimes 38, 40 hours without sleep to try and get things back up and running. It was quite revealing when I went over there and witnessed firsthand the sort of efforts that were going in. It wasn't actually as straightforward as a leak. There were significant issues with air that was entrained in the water that they needed to remove to get it functioning correctly, and that took time too. So thank you very much. Okay. Next part of our briefing. Transportation and Emergency Works, April 2025.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did we actually ask for the agenda to be the agenda of this briefing? It was not said that somebody you.
No, we just thought it was an opportune time to actually have a briefing on. So that's what we've done. On the Transportation and Emergency Works update. Thank you. We have, is that Chris Edsel online?
That's clear.
That's clear.
Clear online.
So we have the teams here.
Yep.
Yeah, welcome Chris, Dion, Mark, and Blair online. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Mine's a better one. No, that's just how it's showing mine. It's showing the actual slide. Let's try again. You can go down like that. It's all right. It's showing, it's sort of showing your if you go to this. Showing. Yeah, just go down a bit, right?
All right, so morning, Mayor and Council members. Today we're reporting on month number 10, period ending the 30th of April 2025. So just going through our executive summary for April. A big focus is being put on the new financial year's Forward Works program through effective and smart asset management to prepare the best Forward Works program that will add resilience across the KDC network and to ensure that we maximize our budget for next year. So during April, due to the number of stat holidays and the severe weather events, we actually only had 11 work days during April. On the sealed road side, we continued with our reseal program, and we completed 66% of the reseal program for this financial year. Moya Street rehab had been completed, as well as the seal extensions on Settlement Road, Devich and Black Swan. Those 4 projects alone was a big win for KDC, with a saving of plus over $2 million for this financial year. On the unsealed roads, obviously we were hampered by a lot of severe weather, but during the month we still graded 74 kilometers and carried out 3,427 cubes of metal and shape correction strengthening across the unsealed network. On the slips, 6 months since we've been asked to look into repairing the slips left over from Cyclone Gabriel, 14 slips have been completed and a number of slips are currently being repaired. We'll go into a bit more detail further in the presentation. On the drainage side, we continue to focus on reinstating water tables, as well as a stormwater culvert renewal program for April, May and June. Right, on health and safety for the month of April, no major health and safety incidents to report. We continue with our weekly hot topic toolbox on Monday mornings at 7:15, and we continue with our safety behavioral conversation within our organization, as well as medical risk observations across sites. Customer feedback for the month. As I said, we only had 11 workdays really during the month. We had an increase of RFSs, requests for services, mostly related to the storm and severe weather events of Tropical Storm Tam. So we received 213 and 112 more than the previous month. 102 of those still relate to the unsealed roads. Although that being said, we still got some good customer feedback from customers living on the unsealed roads where work had been carried out. And just as well, a new set of KPIs have been submitted to KDC for review, which will be implemented from the 1st of July. Right, network inspections for the month. Our network inspectors have been focusing on concentrating on validating the sites that are earmarked for next year's ForwardWorks program. During the month, we picked up another 740 faults across the network, ranging from minor to intermediate. Pending severity of these faults and budgets, these faults have been programmed into the routine maintenance program. And on the slide, you can see a map of where all the faults have been picked up across the network during the month. On sealed road maintenance activities, as stated earlier, we continued with our reseal program. Good progress was made, 66% completed of the program. And just an update, as of now, the reseal program has been completed. And as mentioned as well, we are validating next year's reseal sites and finalizing the program in collaboration with the KDC staff. The key challenges, we're still facing a big backlog of the previous contract, and waterproofing in general across the network is a real issue. On unsealed roads, activities for the month, 74 kilometers of unsealed roads were graded in April, 486 potholes were repaired, 3,427 cubes of metal strengthening was completed across the network. The key challenges, as mentioned earlier, we still get most of our RFS related to the unsealed roads. We're working with a limited budget, and we're going forward, we'd really like to try and motivate and see that this level of service improves, with the increased budget on the unsealed roads. And due to obviously the limited budget, we do end up doing spot repairs in many locations. Drainage. During the month of April, 5,463 meters of water tabling was repaired or reinstated. We mainly focused on that. 5 culvert ends were cleared, and a number of drainage renewals started up as well. A list of sites which we attended to during the month are there on the slide to be read. Below on the slide is an upcoming programs that we've agreed with KDC for May and June. Just on other maintenance, mainly related to the slips, I'm going to leave this slide to last, where Blair King will give us an update, an overall update with some of the slips that we've obviously doing and some not. But Blair will give us a complete overview of the slips. And just looking at our current ForwardWorks program, so we've got 2 months basically left of the financial year, and we've detailed those on the presentation. For the unsealed roads, what the metaling program, the list of roads, as well as June drainage program, the unsealed grading program as well for May, and the slips program for May. Slips, Blair will give us an update, but those include Tangawahine Valley, Mangawhai Road, Bickerstaff, Hutu, Mangarata Girls High School, and Pahi as well. Just on this slide, on a big focus really going forward, and I can't emphasize it enough, is smart asset management. You know, if we go back 10 months ago, we actually started off with a unknown budget, or the budget that wasn't confirmed yet, no forward works program, no asset data. And going forward, you know, we really need to put a big drive smart asset management to ensure that we get that resilience back into the road network and ensure that we get the best value from our budgets. I'll hand over to Chris maybe to give us a bit more what's been done in the asset management space over the last month and going forward.
Yep, so thank you very much, Dion, through the chair. So we had a workshop 2 weeks ago now with the KDC staff around asset management, looking at how we can put, I guess, a data-driven approach in place for KDC for the remaining 2 years of the contract. So we had a session 2 weeks ago on that, just put a proposal through about a week and a half ago now through to council for that asset management function, including the asset information management. So we'll see where that heads, I guess, from here. Yep, but that is the plan, is to really try to drive that data-driven approach to deciding what roads and activities get done on the network.
I'd just like to add on that as well. We started with it's called Argonaut. It's video-based technology that we are busy videoing all the roads across the network, and it's got an AI functionality to it, so that we've got a good set of data from all our roads. It picks up faults, and it's just such a good record, Argonaut. So we're busy rolling that out as well. Just on the finance and cash flow, as you can see on the cash flow envelope here, we're nearing the end of the financial year, and we're on target within the cash envelope with the expenditure for the year. And what I'll do is I'll just go back to the slide of the slips, and Blair, if you're online, if you can give us an update, please. If someone lets them in.
Yep, Blair is online. Yeah. Calling you in, Blair, if you can hear.
Muted.
He's on mute.
You're on mute.
Perhaps he's miming it.
All right. All right, so what I'll do is then in the meantime, I'll just go through with the slips that been
There we go.
appointed. Oh, there we go.
Even went.
Blair, calling you in. Can you do a sound check?
Muted it. So not.
Yeah, I can tell.
From UTV.
And we now like this. Here, which button do I push then?
I'll just go through the slips though that have been completed. So there's Mahuta Gap, G-Links, Whakapira, Avoca North. There's 3 slips there: Murray Road, E.T. Road, Murray Road, Acadia, Bull Road. Slips in progress is Tangawahine Valley Road, Bickerstaff, Mason, Hutu, Magnetorada Block, Girls High School, Mangawhai, and I've given more of an update. Pahi is also on that list. And yeah, progress there's a lot of activity going on the slip side. So there's been good progress made within 6 months.
Okay, can I jump in there, Dion?
Thank you.
Welcome, Blair. We can now hear you. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so in the list of in the update, I provided details on 30 of the key slips. Probably the most interesting point is we are doing works in winter, so some of these sites we may pause, but again, we're trying to maximise the amount of resilience we're putting into the network prior to effectively the winter, because some of these sites we're seeing continual regression. In other words, the slips are still expanding. The registration of interest process and the other ones that we put through on the government electronic tender service, we received some very interesting pricing. An example would be on Bickerstaff 9200, where in that report I've noted our prices went from 240 or 250 through to over $1 million. So the net result for council is you're actually getting more slips done compared to what our estimates were. We're expecting, for example, Bickerstaff to be in the order of 600,000-700,000. So a contractor to do that job within that price. The same is happening on the registration of interest process. We're getting prices coming through where the spread is roughly, on the GET stuff, it was getting 2 to 3 times, lowest to highest, and on the other works, it's sort of 1 to 1.5 times. So very sharp pricing. The sites, I mean, we're quite pleased how we're going. We're still tracking over that $8 million. It's probably really questions from yourselves, councillors, on any particular site that you'd like to know, noting that the power pole in the middle of the road is still one that is sitting under KDC staff.
You ready for questions here?
I have some.
Councillor Lambert, Councillor Williams, Councillor Nair.
Through the mayor. Thanks, Blair. These savings, are they mainly with labour? I'm saying that, are they sharper as far as timeframes getting them done quicker, and that's where the savings are made?
So good question. Not through the chair, not so much labour, it's actual plant rates. So the aggregate rates are very similar. The contractors that went and spoke to local landowners or others around spoil sites have put in very sharp, like much sharper than we were expecting, cut to waste rates, and the timing, in other words, the way in which they're coordinating the jobs to whack it through and saving in traffic control is one of the key differences between the when we looked at individual tender rates.
Yep, well done.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a query on the power pole issue for the Mangawai Road site. Has Kurt had any dates from Victor yet?
No, so we haven't got any through the chair. We haven't got a schedule from Victor to move on 3 power poles yet. We're still struggling to get hold of the landowner, Adrian, who's been in hospital, to purchase just less than 1,000 square metres of his land to be able to make the work. Option B would be to do a quite substantial retaining wall against his property. Now we'll probably add close to around $1 million onto the project. So it is quite an expensive option, which would come out of the HUC budget.
Okay, so it's still a work in progress.
Still a work in progress.
I can say through Mr. Mayor, is obviously we've worked with Victor quite closely and received the invoice from them now. So we organised a special payment run to pay them for the movement of poles now. So you'll recall in the previous months that's been the hold up in some ways. So we are slowly getting to make progress here. We really want to make sure we go with that A option rather than the B option, because that's $1 million.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to work through at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dion, for giving it detail. I have a couple of questions, obviously. You talked some lingo, technical, about maintaining water tables, reinstating water tables, waterproofing, network inspection, and there are numbers, obviously. So I just want to know the scale of work you've done, rather than, you said you found 740 faults in network inspections. So how many you think you can manage, and what kind of fault? Same with the water tabling. I mean, when you took over from Ventia, you would have got some record, hopefully, of what the extent of water tabling required in the district. And then all I want to know from you, in layman terms, is what percentage we have achieved and how big is the hole? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess as far as how, you know, how far is that, how big is that gap? I think, if I remember rightly, just off the initial, network inspection and, report that we put forward, I think we said that it was about 300% underfunded in the unsealed and 200% in the sealed as far as the amount of faults required. So faults times severities times priority times the cost gives us really the budget that we need to fix those amount of, I guess, faults on the network. We've basically got a budget at this stage that's probably 200% underfunded to be able to manage all of those faults adequately. So what we're trying to do is look for innovative ways of, you know, I guess making the pavements last as long as we can before we actually have to address those faults, and trying to address the faults at a lower level when they cost 3 times less, I guess, from, you know, as a scenario than what they cost once you let them get to a really high severity or priority, if that makes sense. So I think we've said at this stage that the sealed network is manageable. The unsealed network is the one that does cause us the problems, because 1,200 kilometres, roughly 1,200 kilometres, you know, no waterproofing on there at all. You're working with aggregates and clays, so it's a maintenance activity. You know, it's a maintenance issue. So that's where the real challenge is in the unsealed roads.
And just lastly, maybe Blair or Dion, you mentioned 30% local contractor you're using, or you see new names all the time. So I guess the 40% local contractor usage was recommended with the tier 1, and that was the thing. So why you have lowered it?
We haven't lowered it.
On page 183 says 30% local contribution.
Yes.
30% is the
30%, yeah.
30% is the contract requirement.
Okay, anyway, let's not go there. But all I'm saying, there's a RAM system in place. There's a RAM system in place, which gives all the asset network and all this data. And this is, we are not inventing anything new, right? It came from NTA, you have it, you have access to that. So, I mean, you had the session, hopefully it will give some more light on how you're gonna manage the asset system, because it's a requirement by our auditors as well. But I mean, literally, it would be great if we know what is the size of the beast which we are trying to tackle and how far we have achieved. 20%, you said 200% underfunded. You mean you have achieved 50%, I guess. Yeah.
I'd just like to answer that before I hand over to Chris. So firstly, when we started this contract, we didn't get any asset information. Nothing was handed to us. Right, first, so we asked it on multiple times. We got absolutely no support from the previous contractors or people that were managing that information. So we basically had to start afresh. All right. We eventually got, I think, some of the information, but we obviously did an intense network assessment, and that report was sent through to KDC.
Took 3 months.
Yes. So that information is there. There's vital information in there.
Okay, well, that's good. And Blair, lastly, the councillor should mention that slips. So have you tackled or tamed that beast, the Pahi bridge one you mentioned last time? Are you there?
Yes, Pahi is 2 slips. Pahi 2-7 is underway. Asset Construction Limited have started that site, and Pahi 4036 we have contractor tendering, but we're still working through that. It's a more complex site. That's the one where half the road dropped out. We're just trying to work through with the contractor what we'd call tags, where the contractor wants to it's effectively shared liability, because it's a complex site.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you again for your positive response and report. I have a question that'll go in four parts. So if I might, you did reference some savings that have been made. And I think that, it's great to hear these savings coming through, but I do have a rider to that. But I'm really keen to understand how much we're saving on the lesser use of road cones, and control. Because there is still signs of pretty intense use of road cones on a number of places. So I'm just wondering, is this really fully into effect yet, or is this just starting to come through?
It's really just starting to come through. So COPTM, which was the Code of Practice for Temporary Traffic Management, basically will become redundant. Well, I think it sort of becomes redundant in November this year officially.
Yep.
And there's a plan that from November this year, all state highway contracts will fall under the new NZGTTM, which is the new guide, and all local authorities will have then 5 years to transition through to the new guide. That's my understanding of it, limited understanding, but that is my understanding. I guess the thing that people have to recognise is that COPTM's been in place forever, and it's a highly prescriptive document that outlines exactly how many cones you need and tapers around lines. And if you don't have that many cones, like 2.5 metres apart, you get audited and fined. So there's, it's not quite as straightforward as just switching over to the new guide. There's a whole lot of training, development. There's a whole lot of collateral that needs developing as well, because it then moves to a risk-based approach. So you have to develop risk systems and processes to manage the new guide. So you will see benefits, but I'm picking they will be 2 to 3 years down the track as it becomes mainstream, because you're shifting from something that's absolutely ingrained in the industry to something that's completely different. Yeah. So it's going to take.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Just on going back to the savings in general, again, as I said, news. You've been very strong in advocating for Polycom, I think, and use. With learnings and your knowledge, is there any downside in using Polycom longer term with impact on roads that are sealed and that are using that?
So I guess from our point of view at this stage, it's a little bit unknown because it's a new product. So it hasn't had the years of testing to know when you're going to get the 25-year design life, for example. But I guess all the information and testing that we've done to date indicates that that's true and correct. So, if you think about Auckland Transport, they've been doing Polycom now probably for about 5 years. And they're continuing to do it because of the success they're seeing on the roads that have used Polycom. The reality is it's sort of 50% cheaper than any other stabilising functions. So that's partially where those savings come from. Some of the other savings are through redesign. So redesigning Moore Street, for example. Original was a structural asphalt site. We ended up doing a granular pavement, which was basically $2.5 million cheaper than the original design. So a lot of it's, some of it's through design, some of it's through new products, some of it's through innovation. It's sort of a combination of.
I think that's cool. I think that the major point here is that great to make savings, but we don't want that to be at the expense of budget.
I'd like to add on, the majority of the network is unsealed. Polycom is a good use, obviously, to lower the maintenance demand on unsealed roads, as long as they obviously keep them unsealed. So you need to less frequently grade them. You're going to get less complaints, less dust. Yeah.
Okay. And just 2 small points to add. My last part of the question. You talked about slips. Tinapai Road, it's a major there, and I know it's well done that the whole deviation has been moved across. Is there any plans to do anything else with that? It is quite narrow with the cones at this end, really.
That's an answer that Blair.
Actually, Blair's got his hand up, so we'll go to Blair. Thank you.
Okay, yes, answer that in two parts. First one, Tinapai Road, yes, it's in that slip list. We received prices of 515 to 790,000, and from memory, it's the engineer doing that one. So I'll be the engineer contract there, and the engineer, we've just got to have a pre-start, and then they'll put that site through. So that is a full realignment working away. The second part of the answer is on your question on savings. First one is council staff, Jason and co, have been very strong on this least whole life maintenance cost. So basically understand what the pavement needs and then try and get something that's actually cost effective. Don't gold plate it in some cases, but then we only do one site. They're trying to spread your budget as long as possible across the network, fitting your long-term plan of resilience. So that reflects in the slip program, where originally what we called the phase 3 slips, we're told we had 15 million across 30 slips. And what we're doing is there's over 60 slips that we're trying to do roughly within that same budget. We're doing significantly more on the network with the budget, but basing that around understanding how much we can do that would be a shared risk, as opposed to absolute confidence that we'll have no further movement. Thank you.
Thanks, Blair. Really cool. I think that it's really a matter, from my point of view anyway, having a vision on the future, that savings are absolutely invested well, and will be there for the long term. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next is Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Paniora,
Thank you.
followed by Councillor Vincent.
I just wanted to touch on the unsealed road network, and obviously, the funding, that we always need more funding. I just thought, with the reports that you're putting together, I know that I'm on the RTC committee, and we did have a workshop about the FAR rates. So I just wondered if, just leading up to the regional land transport new plan that will come up next year, 2027, it might be really good to put together some of that information to actually, so that we can utilise it on that committee to try and get a higher FAR rate.
Oh, that'll be, that's a brilliant, that's great.
I guess that's why we're sort of advocating for that data-driven approach, so that we've got an evidence base from an NZTA point of view to try to challenge that funding.
We can just make an example. Mark knows from the north, the adjacent maintenance contract with Auckland Council, the unsealed network, how many kilometres is it? 600. 600, and ours is double, and the budget there?
This year was just over 25.
So it's like nearly 5 times our budget. Just to give you
that evidence base will be great for us to use on that committee to see what we can do with the FAR rate.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you. Look, don't get me wrong. I think that the work that you guys are doing is amazing. We can see it out on a practical basis, driving along the roads. They're improving, work's getting done. But I'm quite alarmed today to hear that we use polymer in our roading network. I'd really like to know, what point was that agreed to? Why was there no consideration of it? We have a completely different network to the Auckland network. We're very rural. We have a lot of waterways. We know that polymer, under extreme weather conditions, of which we're a great example in the Kaipara, has the potential to leach into nearby waterways. So I'd like to know, for how long have we been doing it, for what percentage, and in what areas of the network? Because my understanding is that you're only to use them in private driveways or otherwise rural roads that are not widely used or near waterways. So is this a can of worms or what? Over to you.
Yeah, the Polycom, it's been used on 3 sealed 6 roads that have been sealed. And Mark can give us more information, but it's a complete environmentally friendly product.
It's not the typical polymer, there is a polymer that you're talking about that does affect the waterways, has affected waterways. Totally not that. Totally different product, I can more environmental information on it, but it's not harmful to the environment.
Can I jump in on that? Look, polymer has been around for a while. You used to, in sealing, you used to call it a polymodified bitumen, which basically means it's more flexible. It's not polymer as in rubber particles or fine spherical particles that you hear about. It is a way of adding some elasticity to the road, and it's a liquid form that goes in and helps bind. And so in a way, it is very similar to when we put lime or cement into a road. It is effectively a binder. So the concerns you have, well, understand them. Our biggest issue with heavy rain events is erosion and scouring. And in a way, the polymer is actually helping address that. In some cases, we're putting a lot of riprap in, but the polymer is helping bind the soil particles, so we're not getting such a deterioration in the network over this. And we're looking at probably doing more on the unsealed network, because we're finding that in some cases, what we used to call the Page Green methodology had a lot of fines and a lot of clay, and it very quickly leaches out in heavy rain events.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Especially with Blair still around, the Pahi Road slip, I think you said 4035 or whatever it is. I think that's the one that's been going about 5 or 6 years.
Yes.
A suggestion from a local some years ago was, but I presume you would have investigated just the idea of realigning the road slightly into the bank to solve the problem rather than try and remediate the slip area. But
yes, it's a fair question. That through the chair, Pahi Road 4036 is a timber pollen drainage. Some of these, as you will be aware from that spreadsheet, we've done a number of small retreats where that's feasible. Some cases, we've actually had to go and deal with the slip because we're getting more erosion. So if we don't stop the slip propagating, in a couple of years, we'll be back in the same situation of it, because the toe keeps dropping out on that one. And it is 5 year. So credit to the KDC team, because what they've enabled us to do in this program, we've dropped in it, why I say we expanded that 30 slips to 60, is we're picking up most of these critical slips that were actually occurred either side of Gabrielle, but they're fundamental problems on that network. So that's Pahi 4036, Wakapira 10K. They're all examples of slips that are outside that, which we're talking with NZTA over, and they're saying, put it in your program.
Okay, all good. And the other thing was Ford Road. I was quite impressed a couple of weeks ago when I was coming through to a meeting and found that there was a grader on the road. That was awesome. But I thought, well, maybe the crossfall's a bit flat. And then just in the weekend, there seemed to be a whole lot more activity happening. And it looked a bit chaotic, to be honest, a bit messy on the fringes. And then I drove through today and I nearly swore. Well, I didn't, because I was talking on the phone to my sister. It's amazing. So thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for that presentation and the questions. It was very informative. Shut up.
Thank you.
Next is item 2, annual plan 225-26 draft. Ruby Mitchell, Jesse Allison and Sue Davison will present this item in person. Jesse's online. Okay.
Good morning, councillors. This is your annual plan draft report. It's the first time you're seeing parts 1 and part 3 of the annual plan. In the report, we noted that the legal review on the rates was still being undertaken at the time of writing the report. Just wanting to confirm that's fine and that has happened. So basically, this is your first look at the document. We're just looking for feedback on the content and the text, basically. The graphically designed document will come back to you at the end of the month for formal adoption of the annual plan. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Good. Questions? Peniora?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to reflect, probably accurately reflect the section around the MOUs and the MEA. I always harp on about it, but I think that in its current form, it's slightly misrepresentative because it doesn't accurately describe what occurred. So I think that there needs to be a part within the wording of that just says unilaterally, or just to signify that those were not reviewed with two willing parties to each of those. That's my only critique with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams, is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Vincent actually sent some questions through, but I just wanted to expand on the key projects list on page 12, where it says funded with, and it's got reserves or loans, rates and subsidies and so on. I just wondered, could we expand more on what reserves it came from? And also when you say loan, well, that's general rate. So it's just to be a bit clearer in the terminology of how it's being funded, because, you've got the district wide reserves, you've got the catchment area reserves. So you could actually probably break it down a bit further than that it's explained in here, just to give a clearer picture of where the money's to do that.
We can do that.
Further question, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did forward a couple of questions. Did you see those?
Yes, Councillor Vincent, I saw your questions. Your question about the reserves has been answered now. We will look at expanding on what reserve they came from. That's no worries. We have that information. The other question you had was on the $100 rating spend. So the graphic that we put in around how much of your rates is a portion of $100. So
could I just pause you for a moment there, just so that bear in mind that there may be other people beaming in on this, and they perhaps need to understand the context. So the question is where we are now. So there's a section which refers to how your rates are spent, and there'll be an infographic showing how $100 of rates are spent, and then there's a list of all the different things that it goes to. And my question was, well, you've got a reference to wastewater and water supply in there, which doesn't apply to everybody. So do we need to clarify that?
It hasn't been in the past. We've tried to be consistent with how we normally present this information, so it's consistent year on year, and it is a rate. So it's just a breakdown of all the rates that we take and where they go. So it's up to you guys. Do you want me to put in some more clarification? It's just that all of that is clarified in the long-term plan, the funding sources under wastewater, the activity statements, etc. So it's accessible information elsewhere. That's all.
Okay, so it means then if I'm paying my rates, so I can lop about 20% off, and it will be square.
Well, if you look at part three of the document further down is where we go through the examples of your rates impacts. So we do talk about that later in the annual plan.
I just think it sort of misconstrues the situation for people who aren't connected to those services. And I guess I'm concerned about the possibility, given what's ahead of us in terms of local water's done well, I would like to make sure that general ratepayers who aren't connected to those services are insulated from the costs of providing those services, and it doesn't get just slid in surreptitiously, and we accept it as part of the narrative, or that's what you pay anyway, sort of thing. So that is, I guess, basically my concern.
I could, if I could, put two graphs, one as it is, overall rates, and one with just general rates, if you'd like.
Pretty much, we'll have a look at it. I think, you know, the graphic is supposed to be quite simple for people, right? So they understand basically $100, that's how your rate's made up of. So I don't want to overcook this, but what we could do, Councillor Vincent, is maybe put an asterisk and a more of a general explanation underneath that for that particular.
Or else pull them out,
activity.
water and wastewater, and refer to.
We'll have a look at it, but to the point of the consistency in the
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I do.
Yeah, and then other question, which perhaps someone, to a casual observer having a cup of coffee at the moment, was more the question around, there are places there where we're talking about funding of various activities, and there's a reference to the word reserves. And I would like it clarified as to just the nature of those reserves. Do they include amounts that have been drawn from depreciation, and also anything taken from development contributions and maybe other sources?
Absolutely, we have all that detail, and we will expand on what reserve those funding sources are from in the final document. Happy to do
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Peniora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jesse. I look at the chart, it's page 12 of 48, where you have mentioned the budget and funded with the reserves. I'm not getting into the same argument which Councillor Vincent pointed out. As a layman, if somebody looks at it, I mean, he would like to know how much is there in reserves, because you are picking and choosing millions of dollars from reserves and millions of dollars from loans. So as a layman or a normal person, which doesn't know what's going on, will consider how much you're going to borrow more over 44 million to do these capital projects, and how much reserve you already have to look after all these projects, or are you going to shift from other buckets to the reserve buckets?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can answer this. Thank you, Councillor Naya. So in the document in part 2, there's a prospective statement of reserves. This actually breaks down what the budgeted reserve balances are and what we'll spend out of them. And in addition, we don't just pick and choose. Often it's denoted by the asset type, how we come up with the funding source. So for example, our renewals usually come from depreciation reserves. That's why we rate for depreciation, so that we can do those capital projects. And, you know, development contribution reserves are specifically from growth and to be spent on growth projects. So it's the type of project that denotes the funding source. Yeah. So I hope that clarifies.
Well, it does clarify most of it, but coming back again, we also have target rates. And to top it all, we have target rates across the district. So if I'm a ratepayer, I'm looking at my property, and how many rates will I going to look at? Targeted rates, general rates, you know, targeted rates which are just for the area. I mean, it's just going nowhere in terms of what you are actually funding. It's only when you get the final bill, you'll be surprised how much the rates have gone up, because there's no way to fathom the depth of rates which I will be paying.
So through the chair, what we do is have the sample properties.
But that's not my property. Sample property is just general, right?
But it gives people a good idea. We can't do every single, we need to employ more staff and to give people that information.
All I'm trying to say, we should try to look at simplifying the system rather than complicating it. There should be general rate and targeted. Targeted is specific for some area, and general rates. That's all I'm trying to say. And people are getting more and more confused. They say, well, it's $20 for museum or $14. Why not? But the thing is, it all adds up. If we have 6 other items like that, you don't know what your rate bill is going to be. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Peniora.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note that I find it bizarre that we would change the way that how your rates are spent. If I'm a taxpayer and I'm picking up the annual plan, this is probably the most important piece of information that we want to know as ratepayers, how much of our rates is being spent and where. And this is the most simplistic thing within the whole of the document. There's lots of projects and amounts, and that most of it goes over 80% of the ratepayers' heads. So when I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, where are my rates going? The first thing I'm going to say is, cool, I'm getting a savings of $15.25 because I'm not hooked up to the wastewater network. I'm reading that as a saving, so I don't think that we should be removing any of those because this is an accurate reflection of overall how the rates as a district is being spent, not as an individual, as a district, and generally where they're going. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to ask a question? Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask one. I've had quite a few people say that if you look at the NRC rates, which have gone up dramatically in the last few years, we rate on their behalf, right? We send out our notice for them. And there's a lot of people that don't realise that they're actually a separate rate. And is there a way we can really differentiate one from the other when people get their rate bill?
Chair, I think we do make mention of it sometimes in the rates newsletter, but we can definitely highlight that again, the separation between the two rates.
I think rates notice as well, it's quite clear.
It's clear.
It is clear.
The only way you can make it more clear is possibly to have them on different pages. That might be something to look at. I'm not sure.
I think it should be very differentiated so people clearly pick up that they're paying a rate to us and they're paying one to NRC. NRC have to take responsibility for whatever their rate is. We don't. Thank you. Okay, let's shut that down and have a cup of tea. Break for what, 15 minutes or so?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, so 11:35 for those online.
11:35.
it. Oh. Oh.
Okay, welcome back to this council briefing, Tuesday, 4th June. Next on our agenda after our cup of tea is project delivery update. We have Kim, Ron Hagan and Hayley Worthington presenting this. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. It's our pleasure to present our capital project delivery summary report for you today. Hayley, did you want to say a few words before we kick off?
No, we'll just take the report as read. Councillor Vincent has submitted a question, so once we get to the question and answer sessions, Tim and Brian will answer that question first, and we'll open it up to all the other elected members.
Okay, so to date, 23 out of 90 projects have been fully delivered, with 21 of those or 91% completed within available budgets. 48 of the 90 projects, or 53%, are forecasted to be delivered this financial year, which is down 4 from the previous month, with a further 40 projects planned and in flight to be partially delivered. So they're at various stages of the delivery phase. And we've itemised that further down in the report. Just to take you through where we are at within each activity, I've noted down for the partially delivered projects, after a question from the Mayor, where they are scheduled to be delivered. So we have that 85% of those are scheduled to be delivered this calendar year, and our focus remains on reducing those carryovers, so that's really important. So I'll just take you through by activity where we have scheduled each of those. So starting with open spaces and facilities, we have 40% of the projects that are listed there as partially delivered to be delivered within the first 3 months, 47% within the first 6 months, and 1 that will be 6 months plus. There's also 1 multi-year project, so that will obviously be delivered in time. And wastewater, we have got 40% of those projects that are partially delivered due to be delivered within the first 3 months, 50% within the first 6 months, and 1 multi-year project, which will continue on. In stormwater, we have 43% within the first 3 months and 43% within the first 6 months, and 1 multi-year. In water supply, we have 1 within the first 3 months, 25%, and another 3 or 75% in the first 6 months. Flood protection and land drainage. We've got 1 project which will be finished within the 6 months, and then 1 project that will carry on past that 6-month mark. And then finally, in solid waste, we've just got 2 multi-year projects there, and that's why they're only partially delivered. So that just gives you an overview on where those successes are. And yeah, have you got anything to add, Brian?
There was a question from Councillor Vincent in relation to Pahi toilets. So the question was, just bring it up. Capital projects for Pahi toilets, the original budget of 478,836 include provision of a new effluent field. How much was this funded by the TIF funding? So in answer to that question, the funding of 112,860 was applied to the toilet only, and the dispersal field is currently yet to be delivered, but is in the final stages of design and preparation for delivery.
That doesn't actually answer it answers one part of my question about the extent of TIF funding, but I still want to know that figure of 478k, was that originally intended to include the effluent field solution as well?
So we would look into that for you. The project was in train long before Brian and I joined the team, so we would have to come back to you on that, councillor.
I guess I'm just concerned that we had another recent example of where there was, I think what the heck it was, an unanticipated additional cost because of where the boundaries had been drawn around the scope of the project. And there's another aspect too, that the old toilets got demolished. I might ask if where that was funded from, was that part of the project? Oh, what was that? There was one that was just remember what the heck it was. Yeah, it was reasonably foreseeable.
Is it Tinnapai?
No. No, it's the pensioner units at Mangawhai.
Yeah.
The removal of the old ones. That was an add-on, when really it should have been seen, I thought there was a learning from it, should have been seen as part of the total project. And I guess, I mean, it happens that it's fairly close to where my base, if you like, but it's in my ward. But I am interested to know, and I suppose it's sparked partly by a comment from a local saying he'd heard it would cost nearly $1 million. Okay. I'd like to know what the facts are for the total project, and then income sources to cover it.
Sure.
So thank you.
Howard, followed by councillor Williams, followed by councillor Naya, followed by councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team. Look, I'm just looking here at open spaces and facilities, and it's good to see some of these are completed. But can you please remind me what we're talking about with the Mangawhai Community Hub design relative to the allowance there for the Mangawhai new civic building preliminary works? What exactly is the Mangawhai Community Hub?
So through the chair, that was the library community hub that we brought to you in February. That had two conceptual designs, one for Ehrlich Park and one for the Mangawhai Community Park. Whereas the civic building is an investigation for staff accommodation, given that the hub in Mangawhai is, I think our lease runs out in 2027. So the civic building investigations is to look for an alternative solution.
So that is totally separate.
Totally separate, correct.
Or could it not possibly ultimately come together? I don't know.
Yep, if we could find a location where we could build those two elements together that were suitable, that is potential. And hopefully that investigation for the civic building would come up with those solutions or recommendations.
Okay, but don't we have an issue with the new civic building if it's going to go in the Mangawhai Community Park with the ability of getting any design and build people on board?
So through the chair, we consulted with the Mangawhai Community Park and the wider community around what should go in there. And the feedback there was it would be either or a community hub or a civic building because of the amount of car parks and the amount of footprint that a joint building would take up. So I guess once we get to that civic building item and we bring it back to council for direction, that would be something we'd need to discuss at the time.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, so the feedback upon the February briefing was to tie-ho a little bit here on this one and to come back to you for direction. So that's what the plan.
Right. Okay, councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just noted that where it has in the table funded, you've got the external funding, but we don't have, there's a lot of them that don't have anything in that list. So I think I'd asked previously if we could have it where it was actually being funded from.
Yep, we're still working towards that. So that's still a goal overall to be able to say reserves, financial reserves, district-wide. But yeah, that's still a work in progress and to get there, hopefully in the new financial year.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I just have a few questions, obviously how the report is presented. So completed project performance, I look at two projects listed there. One obviously is our Kino, Dargaville, our Kino river maintenance. and you have claimed that you have finished the project and under budget by 64%. I would like to say you have abandoned the project because you haven't done the river mouth cleaning. So what you have suggested here that NZTA is doing some bridge, it's just next to my house where I live. And in fact, I asked NZTA to do that bridge strengthening. And you're saying that because of that, there is no need to clean the Awakino River. So this is, I think you have to further investigate and come back to me on this, because people are not happy that it has not been done 3 years since Gabriel. And the same thing, if I look at the second project, you said that Paparoa wastewater investigation completed under budget by 80%. We have actually abandoned this project. We haven't completed anything. So that's what I'm saying is in terms of reporting, where highlight is due, we should highlight it. But in saying that, the project which has been actually delivered, Mangawhai had reserve concept plan and has been done very quickly. That is the one you can say, yes, it is completed, you know, and the performance is good. So it's just it's a small matter for you. For Red Deer, it's a big matter. I have been stopped many times why the beach road culvert is not clean. Even that project you have not listed here is not complete.
So through the chair, beach road culvert clearing will be a roading project. So that would be in the Downer's presentation that they would do, you know, this morning. That would be a good question for them. For the Paparoa wastewater treatment, so we investigated that. So we have a significant amount of money to investigate that, but because we did it in-house, we saved a significant amount of money. So that's why that's in there, and we've got a piece to close out to talk to the Paparoa Progressive.
I understand that.
Progressive Paparoa. So we've got a piece there to close out, and we'll work with the directly impacted residents.
But the project is not completed. That's what I'm trying to say.
So the piece of work that we were requested to do has been completed. And finally, for the Awakino, can you just repeat again what the concern was with the Awakino?
The Awakino River is the one which got flooded in Gabriel, and the whole, you know, all those people ended up in the church. So there was Awakino River mouth to be cleaned because it was a silt. There's a heavy built of silt. The project was started. I think maybe a few hours of the silting was done by one of the contractors. And then it was supposed to be done. It has never been done. And that's people ask why it has not been done. And you said that has been completed. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Through the chair, the main scope of work has been completed.
Sorry?
The main scope of work for the river bank cleaning and the river cleaning has been completed.
So what happens to the money? The government has given $500,000.
It was completed well under budget. So for some reason, the prices that came in were quite low.
No, it's not done yet. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll send you an email on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. So just a couple, I'm just going to jump all over the place. So the first thing is the delivery status. I think that we should come up with a new, with either like not on track for the carryovers, because carryover from the way that I'm interpreting it is that it's a project that hasn't been completed and will not be completed within the current year. So it's not complete. Otherwise it skews your results to make it appear as though everything's 100% is on track or it's a carryover. So we need to have some, you know, some better wording or definitions, or I don't know, I'll leave that with you.
I'll just pause you there, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could. So I talked about that at the council meeting as well. So, you know, whilst projects are put in by financial year, it's not strictly the way projects work, and projects do straddle financial years. And so we're just trying to be as transparent as we can with the community and with you, that these projects do straddle the financial year. And that's what you're seeing today, right? Okay. You can't necessarily go, okay, in your plan, do this project. It is going to straddle the financial year, and that's just the way projects are. So just trying to keep us open and transparent about that with our community.
Okay, so 2 points from that. So just looking at district-wide governance, new audio visuals carryover. So is that, does that need to necessarily straddle a financial year, or is it something that we have the funding for and we can do, but we're time force or whatever, so haven't gotten around to it?
sorry, I'll let you.
No, you go, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So what we've tried to do here, councillor Paniorda, is be as transparent as we can about where the individual projects are within the project delivery stage. So rather than just giving you a high level, either on track or carryover, the detail we're giving you is much more in depth because you're seeing exactly where that project is in that life cycle.
Okay.
And so you have to look at the two together, the delivery status and what stage the project is on. If we simply just said carryover, you wouldn't get the detail of, but this is where we're at in terms of what we have delivered. So we consider it partially delivered. As you know, planning a project can be a large part of the delivery. And then once you get to tender and execution, depending on the size of the project, it can be delivered quite quickly.
So I guess through the thing at then is at what point would you ever get a not on track then? A free one that is not on track is just there for a carryover.
So where we've said carryover, it means we haven't done any work on it. So typically when we picked up this portfolio, we probably had about 80% that was carried over and there was no planning, there was no initiations, we didn't have concepts or designs. So where we are now with the program is that we have planned almost 100% of the program, which is a significant shift to previous years, where we'd carry over projects that were at the audio visual, the project you mentioned, where we hadn't started anything, but we're in a completely different phase now where we've actually delivered this amount and that's indicated in the reporting, but we need the rest of the calendar year to complete that delivery.
That's something that we are to set. Are we the ones that are to set a deadline in on these projects so we can get some better objective? Because we need to have some criteria around what is not achieved, because otherwise we're just how long is a piece of string? I'll leave that point there. Second point that I want to make is there seems to be not quite, how do I explain this? So we're looking at, so there's kind of like a misalignment between the financials and where the project is. So I can't make heads or tails of whether a project is on track in terms of like the financial on track and on track in terms of where it is within the delivery status. And to illustrate that point, we've got Roeport Canal G new floodgate, which says it's on track, but then it's over budget. So like, how do we, so that's a illustrative point. How do we know where we might have multiple other examples of this within the report that is actually already at an overspend, but we don't know that because it hasn't overspent on the whole project? Yeah, so I think and then finally, I think that the point of as to why we set up this PMO, and I know that you're just here as the face of it. I had to have a laugh because Councillor Nita said we understand that you're just here for the face of the whole organisation. Just want to make that point. The whole reason why we set this up was for this very reason. So that's the main thing that I want to see within these reports.
So through the chair, I'll tag team that one. So one thing I think we could do is maybe identify which ones have multi-year budgets so that it's clear that this is partially delivered because it's a multi-year budget versus it's partially delivered and it's off track and was planned to be delivered in this financial year. That might be a good delineation for you. And the other piece like Rapo Canal G. So had we not been able to fund that through savings from the Awakino River projects and through the annual plan, which came to the briefing, to the meeting last week, then that project would be read off track. We've got no way to fund it. So it's just the decision time, because the meeting and then the briefing is a week later. You see that crossover that it's on track, but had council not approved that, it would have been off track and read. So yeah, there's a bit of a timing piece there. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Lee. So you will see on the report there on the tracking, which is the budget tracking to the left where I'm pointing, it does indicate that that project is in the red. And furthermore, in the program delivery risks, we are trying to highlight to council early if we feel the budget is looking like it's going off track. So if you have a look, we've got a number of projects listed there, including Raupo Canal G. We have returned the status to green because we have been able to allocate savings from other projects, as Hayley just mentioned, to cover that overspend. But we definitely are highlighting to you via that program risks and via the tracking. So the delivery status is what is the delivery status? That's not the budget status. That's not telling you that's on track. But the tracking on the right-hand side will indicate actually there's an issue. And as I say, the program delivery risks as well. Take a good look at those each month, and we will definitely try and highlight early if we see any foreseeable issues at an early stage, even before we're going out to tender. If we feel like, you know, this budget is at risk, we are highlighting it there.
Councillor Lambert, did you have your hand up? Yep.
From the second page here, the one that shows the graphic of the map and then the allocation of all the different
The map. That's the one.
That's on there. So these project locations and count, you said, am I correct in saying that they're pretty much complete, allocated?
So we've indicated in the report by project where each project is, the status of that. And yeah, I'm not too sure if
bucket of monies
clear
allocated. So most of these projects are all the ones fit within this annual plan that we've committed to within the financial year.
So
this financial year.
Just doing just a quick little calculation. I look at district-wide, it's about $4.2 million and a lot of little projects. Those are fix-up jobs all over the place. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we go through an Otomatia rural-wise sort of ward area. It's got about $9 million worth of projects. Mangawhai's got about 12.5, and the West Coast over.
I think your figures will be pretty accurate.
Yeah, it sounds.
I just want to make sure it's on the right track there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for context too, I had a look at our metrics in terms of where we were sitting at the April at the end of April in terms of our capital spend. So that's excluding roading because we're not delivering roading. So we were at 13.1 million, which was a 60% increase on April 2024. And it's a 97% increase on 2022. I've excluded some years there because there was some weather events and COVID. But to give you a comparison of how we're progressing against the program risks that we've highlighted to you, we still have a lot of work to do and we need to focus on reducing those carryovers. But we've got those scheduled mostly this calendar year. So we're really working hard to try and reduce that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Stand down. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, item 4. Briefing 5, Revenue and Finance and Policy Review, continuing step 2. We have Sue Davidson there, and is Rhonda here?
She's going to be online, Mr. Mayor. We're just checking that at the moment.
And Christine, is Christine here? Christine Toms?
Yep.
Welcome, Christine.
Oh, just look there. Yeah. Yeah.
It arrived by email.
That's easy.
Yeah.
I was going to go.
Okay.
I was going to go.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor. This is the revenue and financing policy. The last briefing before you adopt the new revenue and financing policy for consultation. So the proposal relates to the revenue and financing policy starting from the 1st of July 2026. So not in 1 month's time, but in 13 months' time. So council have previously been out to consultation on changing to capital value, but the majority disagreed, of the submitters disagreed with the proposal, primarily because there was too much impact on the residential ratepayers at the time. Council still believe there is merit in going forward with a capital value system, and over the past 3 months have discussed the differentials, what the general rates expenditure is, and who benefits from the expenditure. The current system we have is simple, with 2 differentials for the general rate. Elected members have proposed a system with 7 differentials, which we've gone into greater depth with today. Bronda's going to go through the proposed spread of changes to the properties. The detailed changes to sample properties gives a better idea of the impact to each area, but the change will still increase residential property rates, but to a lesser extent than what we'd gone out with previously. Generally speaking, large lifestyle, dairy, mining, pastoral, arable and forestry will be the benefits of this new policy. Staff see, staff see there will be issues with the ratepayers wanting to be in other categories, so we'll get a lot of feedback. So we see that that's an issue we need to raise due to the low number of properties in horticulture and specialised. To us, it's an area where we're going to have to spend extra costs with QV, with staff, because of the fact that there's going to be so many queries coming up. And we put that in the paper, like if a Coomera farmer has sheep on the property on 1st of July, it's allocated to be in the more expensive dairy cattle of $2.48, 2.48 differential, rather than the horticultural 1.75. So we will have some arguments there. We will also have some queries about where people are using their land partially for horticulture, partially for other rural activities. So that's causes complications. We wanted to make you aware of that. We highlighted, so the consultation that we've proposed on this is that we'll have a rates calculator online. So any ratepayers can check what their rates will look like under the new proposed system. The process will be, we'll use digital outlets, we'll have antennae, Facebook, and have a digital campaign, and also use radio and newspapers. I'll now hand over to Bronda to go through the slides before you give final input as to what you want to adopt later in the month for consultation in the 2026 year. So there's only about 9 slides, so my suggestion is that you ask questions at the end of each slide.
Okay, we'll ask questions at the end of it. Did you say at the end of each slide?
End of each slide, because there's only 9 slides. Do you want to start with the slide? Bronda, are you online?
I am.
Okay, welcome, Bronda.
Hi, everyone. So this is, oh, I can hear a really bad echo. These are the principles that we've put together, finalised after feedback from legal review around what we need to include and not include in the benefits as part of the overall impact assessment, which is part of, after you've done the assessments for Part A, looking at the overall impact. So these have been written based on that. The suggestion from the legal review is benefits are part of Part A process. So we've removed the wording about benefit, but included the ability to pay and the connection with wealth with CV. So, and then also the other principle that we've included was around the submissions that we had from moving to CV in 2024. And that's allowing us to make sure that the next consultation has taken account of what was provided to us as part of the submissions from last time.
And those principles, once again, are taking account of that as part of the process that we've gone through to do the second review. So is there any questions around the principles?
Question.
So no,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rhonda. Just one question. Obviously, the rural is missing now because you have used this additional apportionment. Is that right? So the chief devil in the detail was rural because they were the most benefited.
Hang on, she's only talking about the principles.
I'm talking about the principles. So you are going now into a differential based on usage, 30% usage, right?
So the principles are still part of what we've used to define how we've gone through and done the process of the review for the impacts. So this is the principles that have been used as part of the impacts. The outcomes are separate from that. So the bit around the principles is just what we've used. So the outcomes
I'll
is the
leave
next
it
bit.
for the next slide, Rhonda. Thank you.
so carry on.
Okay, so no other questions? Right. So these, this is the differentials that have been applied based on the feedback that we got from councillors. And we've also updated the information to the new rating information for 25-26. So based on the calculations that have been done for the 25-26 annual plan, and also the new values that have come through, plus the changes in property types and those sorts of things. This is where we're sitting at the moment. So the current values for land value rates is in the green. The capital value is with the multiple different rating types based on the differentials is in the brown, and that shows you the impact of the two differences across the board. So at the moment, there's a slight increase. Well, there's an increase in residential and in dairy and mining, and there's a slight increase in small lifestyle. The utilities, specialist horticulture and other go down, and the others are within COE of what they were. That they would have been based on the differentials if it was for land value.
So Williams?
Chair. My question is down the bottom of that second table that says no general rates. There's 1,757 rating units that aren't apportioned to a description or I just wondered, has there work been done on that? I think we asked last time for that to be looked into.
Yes. So there's quite a few that have got. It might be the header property that's in there and it's now been split because of an apportionment. It might be that it's a part of a covenant where the header property has, or the main property has the rates on it, but there's a portion that's protected forest. There's quite a few rating types where we're not allowed to general rate. So we went through that list at the last process. And so that's the number of rating units that we have in the system at the moment that are either non-rateable or don't have general rates attached to them.
So has that decreased at all from the last table where it was identified, or it's remained the same?
No, it's slightly higher.
Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Your Worship. In the last separation, we've had a number of properties that have been deemed to be unclassifiable and have asked a few weeks ago to have them sorted out so that we can have a new data set. Where is that at?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. Was there a question or?
I'll find the microphone that usually a little miles away. Yeah.
In the last iteration,
there were a number of properties that were defined as unclassifiable because we needed to sort out what they were, and we had asked a few weeks ago to get on with creating an updated data set. Where has that got to?
So this is the updated data set.
This is all updated, okay.
Correct. So
We know
in
everybody.
and we did that in the last briefing where I'd said that we had, due to timing, we'd classified it based on its highest or best use because we didn't have an opportunity to go through and have a look at what they were. That's still the case. We would need to go through and actually, verify that with CV around, well, if this was what is the latest use, and because the differentials previously didn't require a significant amount of work around the use, especially in the rural space, because there was no split, it was an other or residential. We will need to do some work to clarify that we have people in the right space when we actually come to set the rates. So that'll be some work that needs to happen between now and the setting of the rates for 26, 27.
So the new data that you've got here on our presentation is being updated, and you have allocated all the properties that were previously unclassifiable into their usage areas, yeah?
Correct, as best as we could.
Can I have that data as an Excel spreadsheet, please?
So you mean each individual property?
No, I mean the summary by use.
That is the summary, which is that spreadsheet there.
Well, I've only got a PDF.
Yes, I can send you the spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Rhonda. Coming back to my question, which I raised before the slide, is in this general rate differential you have chosen, can I just assume the last category where the differential is 2.48 is rural? Dairy, mining, pastoral, arable, forestry?
No, so rural is a combination of what's in the last two, because specialist in horticulture is listed in the 1.75. Utility and other isn't rural, that's separate. So there is the specialist in horticultural attached are included as part of what we would have previously called rural, but they are split because of the differential.
So through the chair, I just want to clarify, this isn't the staff's proposal. This is your elected reps proposal that you put forward that we are presenting back to you today. Now we've got further information on it. And the split that you put forward to staff was the split, which is what we have concerns about because it splits the rural.
Yeah, so all I was trying to say, not so many words, Sue, thanks for that, is this category, why we have split the category, why 2.48 is not applicable to all rural, why we should do this exercise of finding out what usage.
So I just explained it to you.
I'm asking Rhonda.
Rhonda's the same as me. I mean, it's councillors that have told us what the split is that they see, not staff. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Rhonda. Look, I might just not be getting this totally, but we did have, I think it was about 170 odd unclassified properties, 175 last time. So that was 10% of what we now have at no general rates. But surely that 1,757, that 10% of all properties, rating properties, if that's not there, surely that has a negative impact on the rates for everybody else.
No, because we're not allowed to rate them in the first instance, so they've never been included in the rating process.
That's where they come from.
Yeah, so the 173 that we had as undefined, which I had actually in the last round of discussions, had redefined those based on their highest and best use. So they are no longer in that list. We've allocated them to either small residential, industrial. The no general rates are the ones that we're not allowed to charge general rates on. So they don't have an effect on the others because we're not allowed to charge it in the first instance.
Okay, Councillor.
Well, yeah, okay. I might do.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Going straight on from that, this is a good thing. Would it be fair to assume that, so that would include all QE2 trusts?
Yes.
Lots, right. It would include areas like Pukahuia, Aratapu, and bits of Dargaville, which are all of those small little lots, which have all been allocated to one lot, which are paying for it. Is that why those numbers are high?
So you're talking about the no general rates?
Yes. So
So-
there've been multiple, like in Aratapu, there's multiple lots down there, but it's owned by the farmer who has combined all the lots into one.
Chair, I'll just answer that. That's contiguous, and that means that they don't have targeted rates, but they still receive general rates.
For each individual property?
Correct. Yeah, so non-rateable is things like reserves. We've got a lot of reserves around the place. Council-owned lands or QE2s, as you say. There's quite an extensive list that Bronda's shown previously.
I look at the failed settlement of Pukahuia, and it's got 300-400 residential lots out there and roading, which is all to the one farmer.
How many titles?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So these don't include titles and no general rates.
Yes, that's correct. So if it attracts general rates in its own right as the land, even if it's a subdivision that hasn't gone ahead and it's being used contiguously, that is still rated as a general rate. So what's not normally, so what would be in the no general rate space or non-rateable? Yeah, reserves, national parks, conservation areas or wildlife managed reserves. Local authority land that's used for gardens, libraries, halls, toilets, swimming pools. Land under QE2 covenant or owned by Heritage New Zealand. Land owned or used for the purpose of education other than those for profit, so schools, etc. Land used or owned by Health New Zealand to provide health-related services. Land used solely or principally as a place of worship. Land used for a cemetery or crematorium. And Maori customary land that's used for things like marae, etc. And there's quite a large schedule in Schedule 1 of the Local Government Rating Act, which determines as to whether they're allowed to be general rated or not. At the moment, out of those, we've got 1,757 rating units or assessment numbers that have no general rates. Now, some of those might be a header property. So where the header property is the base unit and then there's an apportionment. So it might be that we have, an A and a B apportionment, but the header property is still in the system. That's been tagged as no general rates. So where we're able to charge general rates across the board, that has been applied.
Through the chair, I can see some confusion when we're talking about headers and apportionment properties.
Combined type.
It's technical. Yeah, it's like you're using part of your property for this and part for that, but there's still a header property which oversees it, but we don't rate that. We rate these ones.
So when somebody has two titles and they combine them into one?
No, so in an example of you've got part of your land is non-rated because say it's a QE2. So we've got one title. QE2 says that we can't rate this part. In order to get the rating correct, we will have still the header property, one unit, and we'll rate this bit down here, but not that bit over there.
I'm mainly interested in combined titles. So where there's a landowner has two titles and he combines them into one. Is that part of that 1,000?
No, rated as one, and it's a general rate on it.
And the other one, it's not included in that 1,700 then?
No, it's
okay,
not.
thank you.
So the only thing that's not is included in the no general rates is if it's not allowed to have a general rate on it. If it's 2 titles and he's using it as one, we would still be rating the 2 titles, but they might be contiguous, in which case they would only get 1 UAGC or 1 targeted rate. So for example, in town, you might have someone who has the residential property and they've bought the title next door to be their garden. So they would still get general rates based on the 2 titles.
Each property.
Yeah.
For each property, correct. But they would only get 1 UAGC because it's deemed to be contiguous and they're using it as 1 unit.
Thank you. Councillor Larson, the mayor's just popped off to the toilet for a second. So do you like to take the next question? Play that. Everything?
We're all good.
Yeah. So just need to see if there are any more questions on this one.
Any more questions on this one? Okay. Carry on.
So this is the table that we did previously, which gives you a bit of an idea of where the movements are. So this gives you an understanding of, for each of the different areas, and sorry, I'm just bringing up a spreadsheet that's in behind this, that gives you where we're at, how many unders and overs there are, and also in which area. There is one, the reason that there's that amount is the negative between -4,000 and 200,000. There is one property which is a large residential property that is a set of subdividable land that has no capital value or improvements on it whatsoever. That has quite a significant reduction based on the applying the new differentials, and that's a change of $157,000, but they are still paying a significant portion as it is, but they do have a big drop. The rest of them pretty much will start at about 13,000. But other than that, is there any other questions on that table?
This,
Vincent, followed by Councillor Mayer.
This was wanting to see, like, pursuing the suggestion from staff about amalgamating a couple of the categories. So looking at, let's go with the utility, specialist horticulture, other, plus dairy, mining, pastoral, arable, forestry. We have a capital value. Oh, hang on, that's percentage of rates. I'm just trying to get a figure where we would combine those 2 numbers. And then as a proportion of the total rates take, hit on a figure which would represent that. So it didn't change the relationship of those 2 collectively with the rest of the table.
That's what we could do, yes.
Yeah. And then there's also, you say, the small lifestyle and residential to do that. So it would end up being a figure, presumably in terms of percentage, somewhere between the 2.
Yes, but because you've got more properties in the dairy pastoral, it's more weighted towards rural. The rural will be higher.
Would be weighted. Yeah.
That would be, that's one option that we put forward. But it shouldn't affect the others. There still will be the increases and decreases.
Because we're supposed to be confirming this, aren't we, at this month?
That's right. So you have to indicate to me whether you want changes today, so we can.
I sympathise with the concerns that staff have about being able to administer this, and well, if we are to do that, I just wonder, like, particularly from here, and would that be the approach that you would take to achieve that? Like,
Sorry, could I just maybe jump in there? We do have an issue slide that's at the end, and that would be helpful for us to possibly have a look at and consider as part of the final understanding. So maybe if we just walk through the next couple of slides, then we'll get to those issues and we can discuss it then, if that's okay.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify. while it's an issue for staff, it's an issue for the customers understanding. So that's what you should be concerned about. I mean, there will be more cost, but it's the customers.
Possibly one who might want to get re-elected too.
Councillor Noah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So Brenda, I'm looking at the impact of this whole exercise. And to be honest, if you look at the impact, is not a significant change by using this 30% thing. If you look at the differential and the impact on the larger number of properties in the categories which we are talking about, whether the decrease or the increase in any category. So I don't think in terms of the total impact or the net impact on the whole exercise is going to change anything. So the rural is still significantly be, whether you put in this bracket or that bracket, and we are unnecessarily penalizing dairy, mining, pastoral, the industry, which is the backbone of, the whole Kaipara, especially West Kaipara. And you are putting them at a higher increase. So I don't think the whole exercise.
You're not.
Achieving.
You're not.
I would not.
So if you look at general rate differentials and you come back to the increase, so you look at 400 and 500 to go up to $1,500 and $4,000 increase. There are 216 properties, 108 properties, 75 properties, they are going more than $4,000. So what I'm trying to say here is the utility specialist horticulture is just not helping in clearing the issue. The residentials are still, if you look at residential impact, same story. I mean, the increase, you look at the numbers, start from here, $1,000, 1,000 property, up to 300, and then goes up 307, 466, and all those drama. I don't think in the net impact of whole exercise is going to change anything for the residential. They end up with the same story. You look at the percentages, you are talking 10% reduction from 17% to 15%. It's not going to change a thing.
So
It is
can,
not 10%.
as a recommendation from feedback from council, that was what was the differentials were being planned to do, was that there was not movement between the although there has turned out to be a little bit of movement, but there is not movement between the land use structures, and that the usage would change, that people would go up and down in the land use, but not necessarily between the different types of land use. So if you could go back to the next previous slide, movers on slides. So you can see there that residential has an increase of 247,000 across the board between land use and capital value. But the incidence of rates, because you're going from land value to capital value, will have changed for each of the properties in that category, because they have now got a different ratio, and so they will be attracting or getting a reduction based on how much their capital value is compared to the land value. So that's where the difference changes. So the intention, as I understand it, based on, and this wasn't, once again, it wasn't from me, it was feedback from the councillors, was around changing the differentials to the 7 differentials, so that within the land use categories, there wasn't a significant impact between the categories, but there would be people who would go up and down based on the CV allocation they have as compared to the LV allocation.
Thank you for that, Rhonda. But I'm not, as you said, in favor of making it more complex with no results. So that's my point on it. Thank you.
Good, carry on.
So the next slide.
Thanks. So this is the definitions that we've got for the differentials. There is still some discussion happening internally around making sure that we have these to the stage that they are understandable by ratepayers, and also that they allow us to try and define those properties without having to go back to QV. Because if there is a discussion with a ratepayer that is making a statement around what their differential should be, then we're hoping that we can get these tight enough without being so tight that it becomes impossible to understand. But it may still mean that we actually end up having to go back to QV for the differentials, and this is comes to so if we can come to the next page in a second to make sure that we've got an understanding of where they sit. And so if we can go to the next page, the bit that we need to discuss around this is it's where they sit as at the 1st of July. And so this is one of the conversations that we've been having around, and someone might be able to confirm this, but around someone like Kumara Growers, where on the 1st of July, they are, for all intents and purposes, a pastoral farm, because in the downtime, they might run some beef and sheep. So they are considered to be pastoral, but over summer, they would be considered to be horticulture because they are growing vegetables and in that market garden space. So they would be in a different differential. But as of the 1st of July, which is the land use that we have to use, it's not over the year, it's as at the 1st of July, they would be considered to be pastoral. So they would be in it at 2.48 rather than 1.75. So this is the issues that we come up when we split the rural space, is that quite often the changes to how they use a farm during the year could either be a hindrance or a benefit for them when we apply the rates based on the changes in differentials.
Councillor Lambert.
Surely their primary income, their primary thing is to grow the kumaras. They put it back into pasture and graze it back with sheep just to recondition the land ready for the kumara crop again. It's not their main industry.
But
to
as
just
of the
take a
first
snippet on one day of what they're doing on that day.
Through the chair, that is the law. The law tells us we have to rate according to the use on that day.
On that day.
Correct.
So let me take it to a further extent. If on that day, my farm is being run as a motocross track, then it's a motocross track. I mean, it doesn't, you've got to be a bit sensible around your interpretation.
So it won't be staff interpreting, it'll be QV.
Oh, well, there you go.
But it is also the law, that the law has said that as on the 1st of July of each year, that is when we actually have to determine the use of the land. So the use of the land for whatever's applicable on the 1st of July is what they'll be able to apply for a differential split based on that. And that is what we have to apply. So there's quite a few, sorry, can I just finish this conversation? There's quite a few instances where this happens for example, a subdivision, where the subdivision might be a lifestyle block or part of a farm, but the subdivision happens on the 2nd of July. It still as the 1st of July as part of the farm, and therefore would be deemed to be part of the farm on the 1st of July. The fact that it has the subdivision that happens on the 2nd of July is irrelevant. It's what's happening on that land on the 1st of July that we are rated for according to the Local Government Rating Act.
Okay.
I mean, hang on. Oh, yeah, it's my turn. I already under the land value LV, they're making decisions on land use now. For example, a piece of land in Mangawhai that I know of, the rates are split between its use on that piece of land. So there's always complexities deciding what's happening. But, surely common sense. I mean, right now, we don't differentiate a kumara farmer from a at one half of the year and then says a sheep farm at the other half. It's part of the process of what he's doing. The sheep are not the primary not the primary issue.
That's because at the moment we have one differential for rural, which is other. So whether they use the land differently during the year is it doesn't matter, because the differential that we're using for that land is other, which means.
Just want to clarify, it's not our staff that will be having the argument, it's QV.
Yeah. QV, put that way, anyway.
Actually, can I just clarify that? QV will give us an assessment. If the ratepayer still doesn't agree with that assessment and wants to do anything with it, then it'll go to court. So they will give us an assessment as to what and council will back that assessment and talk to the ratepayer and say, this is what we've deemed the differential to be based on the discussion of what the differential rules are, or the differential definitions are. And then if they still disagree with it, and they, for example, this is where we get the issue between the Coomera farmer, who's on the 1st of July as pastoral, but is horticulture for the rest of the year, that will go to court and be decided in court rather than by QV.
Every year.
Okay, I'll take what's here from Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Your worship, well, the workaround for this idiosyncrasy for the Coomera farmer is to simply put his sheep into his neighbour's paddock on the 1st of July and bring them back on the 2nd of July. But if QV have got so well staffed that they're going around every property in the country and on the 1st of July and look at every single individual property to see what's happening on it, it sounds completely unfeasible. I think that let's see what comes back to us in submissions. We're all only going out and talk to the community about it, and if it comes up as a big issue, well, it'll come through submissions and we can maybe tweak something in there.
Okay, Councillor Nair.
So can I just add something to that? The submissions, for all intents and purposes, I agree with you that we absolutely need to go out and ask the community. The bit that will happen is when we actually start trying, because a lot of ratepayers possibly won't give as much credence to the submissions as we would like. Where the issue will come is once we've actually adopted and are implementing the revenue and financing policy, and that people recognise that their differential will be, different based on the use of the land on the 1st of July. That will be where we could possibly run into problems rather than at submission point. So I just wanted to put that on the table as part of the considerations.
Is noted.
Okay, Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said before, Rhonda, it's very complicated and only give grief. But in terms of clarification, I'm probably the only one who has, on a yearly basis, asked to fill a survey, even if I'm not growing anything. And I think the 1st of July so it closes on 30th of June. It is based on the whole year. And even if one of my neighbor's cattle has come and ate my grass, then they will say how many cattle, and I have to fill in the 2 cattle came in the last year and ate my grass, and they will classify that percentage of property as agricultural. So this is probably basis, not July 1st. So I think we have to dig that, but I'm not getting into that. All I'm trying to say, we are getting into a consultation without any real benefits. Don't you think so?
So Vincent.
Oh, I just was contemplating here, maybe we need to have, wait for it, an utter differential for dairy.
Differential for dairy.
It's a groaner, I realise. So.
You're just milking fun, Mel.
We get any more slides to present and discuss?
No, that's that's the slides to put it on the table, and then there's the consultation timeframe, which we've talked about. There's the opportunity also to look at the consultation document and the document itself, and whether there's any feedback that councillors have had from looking at those two documents. Because once again, when we come back on the 25th of June, the intention is to adopt those documents to go out for consultation.
Your feedback on that? So Penny Ora, followed by Councillor Howard.
So does the council have any powers that the staff between, like, when the ratepayers raise the objections, is it for QV to assess those, or is it council staff? How much power do council staff have to overturn at that point?
So council staff don't have any powers at all. This comes back to a decision of council.
Oh, no,
So,
I mean, for raising the objections around the, what QV assesses it to be? Is it all a QV-led process from time that they make the decision all the way through to it going to court? If it's...
No, so council's staff would make it a determination as to what it would be from a differential point of view. That would then, if there's still a decision by the ratepayer that they are unhappy with that differential and that they consider themselves to be in a different category, then we would ask QV to give us an assessment. That would be their only involvement. If from there it was a decision of council and council staff that we are happy with what the differential has been attributed to, and that's what is being attributed to the land based on the rules from both the Rating Act and from the Revenue and Financing Policy, then if that was then decided by the rating payer that they still wanted to continue to have a discussion around that, then that's when it would go to court.
So you could theoretically change the decision at that point, but not for a classification. So you have power in terms of the differential, but it's on QV from A to Z for the classification. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, so it still comes back to the council's decision. We would ask QV for an assessment, but that would be for information only. It's not QV's responsibility to apply the differentials. That is the role of council. But we can, as part of that process, ask QV for an assessment of where would they see the land use to be.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's got to a situation where I doubt that we would ever have right now have a universal agreement, but that there is a process to go through where the communities will tell us what they feel about it and how they feel. I do have a concern about increased costs. You know, we don't want to increase costs for council, but given that we have the process of consultation and get feedback, you know, I think that I'm feeling that's the way to go. I'm not sure what benefit it's going to do by putting small lifestyle together with residential, because they are fundamentally different.
Thank you, Councillor. Who do I have on this next? Councillor Larson, you have your hand up?
Are we just wrapping up final feedback, are we?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, there are a couple of things that were raised in the paper there that you want feedback on. Those? Yeah, I just think we leave the rural thing as it is for now, so don't combine it. And the second point you were asking about was you had the agreed policy rate that should be predominant use, and I think that's It's the simpler approach to take is just go with the predominant use for each property. Don't try and take another layer of categorisation with CV thresholds or 70-30 usages. It's just too complicated and it's going to be too much work. Keep it simple, get out there, get our community feedback and just see where we land. I think we've been through a pretty robust process. We have to carry on and see it through now. Thank you, Richard.
So sorry, can I clarify the reason that change was made? Based on feedback that we got when we had the review of the revenue and financing policy, there was some additional case law that was raised, and that's when it was based on Wellington versus a commercial property, and the predominant use was able to be done based on the fact that they were looking at properties that were below a certain value, or the minor use was deemed to be more than minor, that's that 30% cutoff. Above that, the recommendation as part, and this is where Wellington was able to continue with it, was saying that they actually had to have, or sorry, let's start that sentence again. They had that split, and that allowed them to continue with the way that they were doing the predominant use. But anything above 30% is deemed to be more than minor, hence the split that we've added into the system to cover that.
Right, okay. My position on that is if we end up in a situation where something like that is raised and we have to deal with it, we have to amend our policy somewhere down the track, we will deal with it then. I just don't think we should complicate it unnecessarily now. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else would want to provide some feedback before we move on to lunch? Councillor Pandora, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, I agree with that. That wording is consistent with a lot of the IRD terminology as well. And the minute that you start using percentages, you create a whole lot of other unnecessary issues because it is complex and complicated, as we've just pointed out the many different examples. More than minor is another threshold altogether. We're talking about predominant use. So. Oh.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Everybody has to give a feedback, obviously.
Vincent?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, well, I, for one, am interested in the suggestions being made by staff being pursued so we can see what they look like, but I just don't know how we are for time in terms of it's the final countdown.
No, there's no time. And so that's why I need clear feedback.
The other thing too, in terms of predominant, I would be interested to know whether it's predominant by land area or turnover in terms of value. I mean, there may well be an answer on that, but sometimes things that seem simple aren't. Yeah.
That's right. Councillor Williams.
Sorry, can I answer? Sorry, I can answer that question. That would be an assessment by land use by QV, and they would give us a split of the capital value of the land based on their assessment. So it's based on the capital value that they would split as to whether that was, so when they said, okay, it's predominant uses, there's only a minor amount of 15%, well, then it wouldn't be used. So that would be an assessment from QV.
Yeah, it's broken on the first line, didn't it, bit?
Who was? Thank you. Who was next? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with what Councillor Larson has said. I think we go out as is and we get the feedback from people and we go from there. I would just like to comment on the actual consultation document. I mean, it looks exactly the same as last time, but there's nothing kind of popping out or grabbing anyone's attention. I just think it could maybe be a bit worked up to like accentuate some of the areas that we want people to read. I mean, it's just, no one's going to read through all of that.
Okay,
as it's laid out. Just,
yeah, I'll respond to that.
A little bit.
Through the chair, there was a lot of work done to reword it to make it simpler and to cut it down in size from what it was the previous time, to make it easier to read. It hasn't yet been graphically attended to. We weren't sure whether we should be doing that and spending the money on it. However, if your guidance is to make it a bit zhuzhier, then we can look. Is that a word? I don't know. Not too. That's what you asked. Then we can do that, but it hasn't been done yet. So if you'd like that, then we can outsource that or get it done somehow. If your guys.
It's just no different from last time, so it's kind of we do difference. This is the second consultation, and maybe just could look a little bit different. I don't know whether we need to outsource it, but I think, you know, we can bold some stuff up, and I don't know. I'll let you do that. You just
Yes. Yeah, it's been done in quick time.
Appreciate that.
No, but yeah, I will, yeah, I agree. Let's get it out to consultation. Anybody who's going to be taking this seriously is going to go through it bit by bit anyway. So Jizzy may not do it for them. They just want to see what's there. But I agree. Let's get it out. Let's see what comes back, and we'll take it from there.
So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as I said before, I don't think we're going to achieve much out of it. If we have to meet the deadlines, actually, we should not burden the staff with more things, and a futile exercise, to be honest. Predominant use of the land is always decided. In CV, we are not trying to have something new. So that's the way we have been operating. So I would say that just take a suggestion of staff and they use that small category and, just combine them and go with it. We have done many consultations whereby we have only given more complex headaches to our ratepayers, and then analyzing those options is another drama. If we have 7 options and this, and then we can club options. So I'm not in favor of that. I would say choose the shortest path, sweetest path, and within time, and make the ratepayers happy. According to, I don't think we should be even doing it at this time of the year. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, my feedback is leave it how it is, get it out there for consultation. Let's see what comes through the commission, through the submissions. Predominant use can also be challenged. Correct me if I'm wrong, but QV can be challenged when they come out with what they come out with too, prior to their assessment. So let's see what comes back through the process. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll adjourn.
So sorry, can I just clarify just a couple of items to make sure that I've got it right before we finalise the documentation. So we are leaving the revenue and financing policy as is, but we're wanting to take out the portion about the total value is more than 500,000 and the minority use is more than 30%. So you're wanting to leave it at just predominant use?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Other than that, the revenue and financing policy is as it stands based on the information that's been provided. There's no other changes to the revenue and financing policy document?
No.
Great. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that that's where we were.
Thank you, Rhonda. All right, we'll adjourn for some lunch. What's the time? It's bang on 1 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, we've got a heavy rain warning coming up, so I know there's some members that like to go earlier. Do you mind if we have like quarter of an hour?
Yep. So we'll come back 1:15.
introduction.
Okay, welcome back to this briefing Wednesday, 4th of June at Matakawe, Kaipara District. So, one more item before we go to publicly excluded workshop, and that is Local Waters Done Well, Water Service Delivery Plan June 25 update. And presenting this, welcome Helen Ronaldson and Sue Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Everyone, council will know that they've had to prepare a water services plan, and the plan has to be by central government, with central government, by the 3rd of September. Staff are currently focusing on looking at the assumptions and the operations and capital budgets, and it's the capital budgets that we're presenting to you today. You'll be aware that we've been out to consultation on the water model we want going forward, and it's not clear to, as KDC is dependent on Whangarei District Council deciding on what it's prepared to do, which may be different to our council. Our 3 elected representatives are meeting fortnightly with Whangarei District Council and Far North District Council, looking at the models going forward. And what we can control or have a better understanding of at the moment is the costs going forward, and that's for the capital budget. It's been scaled down from what was in the 3 waters, but we have not as yet worked through, will it actually meet our treasury ratios? We know we will have to get an external rating if we want to get 280% liquidity instead of the current, or the 280% debt to revenue ratio instead of the current 170%. But this is still to be checked once we have all the figures, as it's the not just the affordability of the 3 waters, but also what do we look like as a council with what's left. So I'll hand over now to Helen, who's going to go over the capital plans that we've put together.
Thank you. Nice to be back with you all. We've got a couple of slides here just to talk you through some things, and I apologise that the printout you've got is quite small, but it was kind of important to see 30 years of spend on a page if you possibly could. So one of the reasons we're going through this now is that when we did the LTP, it was only for 3 years, right? So we haven't got a 10-year capital view, which is what we need to be able to put into the water services delivery plan. So one of the reasons for coming to you now is so that you can see what the numbers are that we'll be using in that water services delivery plan. We've also pushed it out to 30 years for the capital to enable modelling to happen for a potential regional CCO to see what that does, and also to see what it means for affordability for Kaipara through that 30 years. So we're not just focused on the 10 years. Okay. Okay, so it's in your report, but I'll just quickly go through it. We did, to build this plan, we did have a lot of inputs. We started with the 30-year capital plan that was created for Entity A, and then we used other inputs as well since then, and other information for things that have changed since that Entity A plan was put together back in 2022. So we used the recent LTP, we've used the annual plan information, and we also did some work which for a potential Northland CCO earlier this year, which you've seen the modelling outcomes for. The things that have changed in our world since some of this was put together is the Taumata Arawai proposed wastewater regulation have come out. We've had a series of advice coming from the DIA and LGFA for what can happen with the local water to suit the local water done well legislation, including the bill that's in progress at the moment. We've done some more work about things like Dargaville wastewater treatment plant capacity that was presented to council earlier this year as well. The asset management continues, and condition assessment and condition reports and things have continued to happen for KDC assets, so we've been able to work off those as well. We also did some renewals analysis, not just based on age, but based on condition, because we had an asset replacement valuation scenario late last year. So we had what we thought the asset replacement costs would be. So we had some more up-to-date information there to use. So we looked at age and condition on that as well. We also did a workshop with the operators and compliance to make sure that we understood treatment plant requirements around the district for issues that they were experiencing on a daily basis, to determine whether that was operational issues to be addressed or whether it was going to be a capital upgrade or something else, change or upgrade required. Okay. So yes, there's quite a few assumptions in here as well, so that we can build all the information that we've needed to happen. So there was information about Mangawhai wastewater scheme presented in February 2025, and we've used that in the timing. Some of the information you've seen, you may not, we've applied it against the lines that already existed in this program. So you may have seen other information at other levels, so may not be able to completely translate it. The Dargaville wastewater treatment plant with the Taumata, two things have happened here. One is the Taumata Arawai wastewater regulations that are continuing to allow discharge to water in for tidal areas. And we've also had the capacity assessment redone there to confirm that we're okay for quite a while. The Dargaville water sources, despite having had restrictions this summer, they are sufficient for the next 10 years. There are some things that we need to do, and there's a project on there for the Roto intake, pump station intake, because we need to be able to actually get the amount of water that our consent allows us. And at the moment, we can't with the setup that we have at that particular point. So we need to be able to draw that water so that we can supply the town properly. So that and different discussions are going on in terms of other potential sources and what Silver Fern Farms are going to do. So we think that there is sufficient water sources for Dargaville based on what we're planning to do at this stage. Renewals get addressed for condition and age. So it's not just, we don't just wait for the age to hit. We also do condition assessments along the life of it so that we are addressing those, we do understand those risk areas so that we can address them earlier if we need to. Pump stations, a lot of people, so treatment plants are one thing, the reticulation network is another, whether it's water or wastewater. Pump stations are always in the network renewal if people ever want to know how that happens. Fluoridation was included in the Entity A AMP. We've taken that out unless it gets mandated. So it will only be considered then. And so we are also presuming that for larger urban centres, it will be mandated that we need to have potable water supply within the next 3 years. So, and the other point here is for greenfield growth, where they are interacting with an existing part of the network. We're only putting in 50% of those network extension costs because we're assuming the rest will be covered by a developer agreement. Okay. And one of the reasons we're doing that is because under the modelling, the way that we need to model with the DIA is that they don't recognise that as revenue. So if we put the full cost in, we'd be inflating what our debt position would be. Okay. So, and as Sue said, this modelling is not yet done. So we need to be able to assess affordability and the required treasury ratio.
Ask questions.
Does that make sense?
Yep, can we ask some questions now? Yep.
Assuming that these are assumptions, whether I'm for it or against it, fluoridation, is there any modifications to be made to the system to house the fluoridation?
There will have to be dosing units installed at each plant, and there will have to be monitoring and measurement devices to allow that to happen remotely.
So can our plant handle it, or is it?
They can
complete rebuild of the plant?
Oh, no. It's just installing that and then making sure that we have the right SCADA measures and alerts and alarms happening so that we know that it is happening as it should be. But it can all be automated and installed when it's required to happen.
I think there's another question from Erin Wilson Collins, evidently, with a hand up somewhere there.
Yeah, somewhere out in the ether. Hi, sorry, I did have a question. Well, it's kind of a two-parter. I'm just really surprised, and I know you've explained a little bit, but really surprised that both the wastewater can be moved out to the second decade and that the water sources are considered sufficient. Can you just expand on that again? Because I think the public would be probably very surprised that those wouldn't be priorities.
Yeah, so I'll go to wastewater first. Wastewater, there's a couple of different things. There was when we were looking and doing the entity A work, there was a really strong expectation that Taumata Arowai would insist that all discharges were to land. So we were expecting to have to build a new plant and a new disposal environment away from where it is today. That hasn't come through. It's taken a lot longer for those regulations to come through, and the draft regulations or the proposed regulations as they stand at the moment don't require that. The other thing is that with a regular desludging program, those ponds actually have capacity to treat the increased number of connections that the private plan changes would bring. So we don't need to build a whole new mechanical plant to increase capacity. So the two things came at once, which meant that we could push that out into the second decade to meet that where that growth may need it, where it may be needed. On the water side, we have a consent, and I can't remember the exact number, apologies, but we don't have the equipment that allows us to draw the full water take from the sources that we're entitled to take. So the way that we have the pump station set up, particularly at Rotu, doesn't allow us to draw enough water. Okay, so we need to change that, and there is a piece of work to do that. We believe that with other changes that may or may not be coming, depending on what Silver Fern Farms do with using some non-potable water for some of their activities, we have to remember that they take a third to a half of a day's usage from Dargaville. So if they change their process, then there's a lot less take. And then if we can draw more water and process that water, then we don't need a new water source. We have allowed out within the first 10 years some adaptation to the plant to treat from a new source if that becomes something that we need to do.
Okay, so just a couple of follow-up questions. With the wastewater, you said that the capacity would be enough for the current private plan change. What about the district plan changes? Or is that not something you have to factor in?
That's been addressed as well, yes.
Okay, and then with the water sources, and you talked about, excuse me, you talked about the being sufficient, but not being able to take what we're meant to take. So that's a revelation. Thank you. But would we still be expecting to go into drought? Because we've gone into drought. I think it's 4 of the last 5 summers, or gone into restriction. Sorry.
So there's a couple of water restrictions. So there's a couple of levers we can pull there as well in terms of, and there's a review of the drought management plan going on at the moment to make sure that we put the triggers in the drought management plan to better reflect when we actually see shortages. There are items in our consent where there are triggers in our consent where we have to bring water from the Waiatua Dam so that we can continue to take from Rotu and things like that, right? So that we keep continuing the flow of the river. What we've done in the drought management plan is align those triggers, which doesn't necessarily mean that there's not enough water that we can take it, that the water is not so low that we can't continue to take the water. But so we need to do some realignment of the triggers, and when we adjust the Rotu intake point, we'll be able to make sure that we can measure that, and we'll also automate it, because at the moment it's is somebody going out and manually adjusting a valve to change what comes from the dam and what we can take. So that upgrade will include automation so that can be done remotely. So I'm not saying water restrictions will never happen, but we do believe that the water restrictions can be really drastically reduced from what is being experienced today.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting information.
Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that. And yes, it's a relief. All I'm trying to say, suddenly that just found out now because row 2 pump was not drawing enough for whatever reasons. And the investment is minuscule compared to millions. The plant or equipment you require, we are talking hundreds of thousands, not millions. So if we can do that, why we didn't do it before? And is it someone came in, inspected and told you this is the solution?
This has been part of the increasing asset management aspect that's been being applied over the last 2 or 3 years. And it was one of the things that came up, not in this year's drought, not in this year's water restriction period, but in the previous water restriction period where we started asking questions about why was this happening and why, you know, those sorts of things. So that investigation led us to realise that we weren't taking as much as we could from Rotu. And yeah, and so that triggered a series of, you know, and not investigations necessarily, but queries and some investigation to make sure that we were actually operating these as efficiently and effectively as we could.
That's very good. And I actually have, as I said, I took all the documents under Lagoma from NRC and KDC. So that lease, which is to expire in 5 years, is up to 2030, I think. Would you be able to also look at the lease that we can actually measure water from Waitoa Dam itself, how much water we are releasing on a continual basis?
We do have meters on there that measure.
Then we don't have to measure at Rotu because that is at the moment is the measure point. And then we are in business. We don't need to do anything.
We measure at both points. So we measure how much we release from Waiatua so that we know what the level is there. But we also have to measure what goes into the Kaihu because that is the point that we have committed, that the consent commits us to. So we have to measure at that point. We can't get away from that. But we do measure what is released from the dam as well, because we do lose some because it's going through farmland and stuff, and sometimes it's dry farmland, which will absorb some of the water.
Yeah, it does.
We know what we're releasing and we know what goes into the river.
So is it possible for you to put a meter at, because I've been there twice. So when it's going there, it goes to farmland and then it goes to Rotu where you draw, and you don't know how much is drawn by farmers anyway. But that should be the measuring point.
It is measured at that point. Yep, it's the NRC measure point at the river.
Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just thought that whole flaw in the vulnerability of the Dargle water supply was that it was derived from the run of the river. And it wouldn't matter how well you were able to extract it. If it gets to a certain level, then you're not allowed to take any more.
That is true for one. We take from 2 different points.
Okay.
And so that's true for one point, but not for the other.
Right, so it would be the other, like the one that's where there's the catchments up in the forest.
The weirs. So we have to have water going over the weirs at the top for us to be able to draw water, regardless of how we can take how much we want, as long as there's water going over those weirs.
Yeah.
So that's the restriction we have up there. And then for Rotu, we have an amount that we only take probably 2/3, half to 2/3 per day is what we could take.
Oh, I thought the restriction was on the amount of flow in the river.
There are trigger points in the river where we have to do certain things. So if the flow in the river gets below a certain point, that's when we have to release water from Waiatua Dam so that the river we can continue to take from Rotu, but we're feeding it from the dam. So therefore the river flow is maintained.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Howard.
Chair. I just wanted to clarify, so these plans and these assumptions that we have, obviously they have to feed into the bigger picture on the 3rd of September when we submit our plan. Is there still room within these tables to have some movement? What I'm getting at is if we do an investigation on the Dargaville water pipe and something would have to happen sooner than we thought, we can actually adjust these figures and bring it into a earlier time frame. Like, is there that scope to be able to do that? Yeah, we potentially could. So with the pipeline, and you know, there was a big discussion about that this morning, so I don't really want to dig into that too bad. Okay, the pipeline itself is not too bad, right? It's the peripherals that we have to keep a more closer eye on, which is why they do an annual walking of the line to see if there's any leak points or anything else, any signs of erosion on the parts that they can see, and any sign of leak points where they can't see it because it's underground. So those are things that we can do. The asset management team we've been working on this for a couple of years. We've always planned to do so there was a condition assessment and some sampling and boring done on the actual line 15 years ago to see what state it was in, and it was in a good state. And that's where they confirmed for us that we had another 30 years at that point in time. So the plan has always been, and even from an NTA perspective, that we would start renewing that line from year 4 of this LTP period, of this 10-year LTP period. Because the NTA period started from the same year 1 as our current LTP.
Is that year 2027?
2027. So we were going to do some condition assessment work in years 2 and 3, or year 2 and year 3, work out what our plan would be to replace it, because we didn't know if we were going to be able to phase that replacement, or the expectation is that we should be able to, given the state of the line 15 years ago. Or whether we need to take a big hit and spend a massive chunk of money, lay a whole new line and switch it over and abandon the old line.
That's my point of saying that there is room to move before we put this plan in. If that is what needs to happen, can we change it?
We could. It would mean, from an affordability and treasury requirement perspective, it would mean taking out the equivalent amount of money whenever you were going to spend the money for Dargle.
We're better to have it in the plan if we need to.
So it is in the plan. It's just not identified as Dargle Rural Waterline Renewal. It's in the line of all waterline or district-wide waterline renewal. So we know that and in the second decade, there's a lot more money put aside, because that's when we knew the rural water main, from an age perspective, was going to give out anyway. So we knew we had to be replacing it then. So there was a lot more money put aside in that second decade for that very reason. But we haven't allocated the money because we haven't completed the condition assessment and come up with a replacement plan to identify when that needs to be spent.
Just a quick question from that. I note that in year 20, in year 18 of the 30-year plan, it says Mangawai reticulated portable water supply.
Potable, yeah.
Potable, sorry. Is there a level of growth in an area that would trigger the need for reticulation, or is it not necessary? And what I'm getting at is, we had a presentation last year about a catchment area that Mangawhai Kaiwaka could utilise. And I think it was earmarked then at about $15 million. Was an estimate from ANA. And we've got a figure here of 28 million. So does that include the piping and the dam, I guess, or the reservoir?
Yeah, and it's in there because we expect that, Mangawhai at the moment is 3 SA2 areas, right? So the individual population of those areas sometimes gets lost, and not everybody adds them up to realise the amount of people that are actually in that area. Excuse me. So yeah, we think that I probably shouldn't be saying this publicly in case somebody is listening. Somebody's going to cotton on one day and they're going to go, you've got a population of over 5,000. You probably should be providing a municipal water scheme. So it's not mandated there yet, but we've got it in the plan. So if somebody does come along, we can say, we know we're going to have to do it, but at the moment the appetite's not there, and there are options because there's been 3 or 4 different studies done in terms of what could possibly happen. And yeah, so we put it out there as a placeholder. We can pull it forward if we need to, but it is there on the plan so that people can see that we're expecting to have to do something like that.
And it would be interesting to actually ask the people of Mangawhai if they would want reticulation, because I think most would not.
Yes.
They would just want water security of a...
Correct.
That the water trucks can use to deliver the water.
And part of that is why we've put a bulk water point at Mangataroto, so that you've got a point that's closer and within the district.
Maybe cake and eat it.
Okay.
So thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from that, given your point there, presume municipal potable water supply will be required in larger urban areas. That almost goes against what Councillor Williams has just said, that people might, and I guess that my other part of that question was, where is your current thinking? What is the current thinking on potable water? How you will do it? Will it only be, for instance, in rural areas, rather than the old established urban areas around the village and the head?
Yeah, it's really hard to say because there's a lot of thinking happening within Taumata ROI. They've taken quite a while to establish themselves in terms of regulating. They are very hot under the collar about regulating for on-site supply. So they want, there's a lot of people with old concrete tanks, without filters, without ionizers, without all sorts of things in them. And I think they'll probably tackle them first and then make a decision when they start looking at those risk areas. They're already starting on some small communities in Marae and things like that to understand what's going on. But they haven't started tackling the larger areas yet. So, and we've got a few in Northland that don't have potable supply, so Mangawhai won't be alone.
Yes, my thought on there is that you've got $38 million or so there for the Mangawhai potable water. The actual cost of infrastructure to go through every existing home, and let alone the cost of getting rid of tanks that are there.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
way beyond that, I would imagine.
In a logical world, every new home should have a tank anyway for some resilience of their own, right? If they want to have a garden, if they want to wash the boat, if they want to do anything like that, then, so they may not have to get rid of their tanks. They may just have to repipe them so that they're not the main supply into the house in certain areas or something like that.
Yeah.
We may not have to decommission tanks. That may not be part of it. I don't know what that scheme will look like. We're just assuming that at some point it will come.
Well, it's interesting that you're saying that now, that the likelihood is that it'll be enforced upon us. And just for clarity on point one, what are your key timelines for the wastewater next stages?
So it's all as per what was presented in the February 2020.
Well, that was, but that was only the $9 million, wasn't it?
No, the future stages were all
The future.
identified. So the numbers that are in here under items 3, 4, 8, 5, 6, and 7, those 3 lines, because one's about the plant, one's about the network, and one's about disposal. Those 3 lines cover the spend that was agreed.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Hey, look, we're running over time. We'll leave the questions so people can ask by email. I'd like you to continue through with your presentation. Thank you.
So I just wanted to have a look at the key projects in the first 10 years. So we've talked about the Rotary Pump Station and weir upgrade there and what that will do there. The Mangataroto water treatment plant is also, so that's in progress. We've got one part in progress and we've got another part to do. The establishing the bulk water supply point at Mangataroto will give some security over that side to, gosh, I spelt that wrong? No, can't. Got a red line under it, don't know why. We have already started the plan for Dargaville wastewater pump stations 1 and 4 upgrades, and part of that is to support the potential development up Awakino Road. Mangawhai wastewater treatment plant, we've just talked about, that's all in there. The Kaiwaka wastewater treatment plant does need an upgrade. It is, we've had some overflows there and there is some back and forth between the wetlands and the plant. We've got some rotation going, so we're expecting the plant to do multiple iterations of treatment, which is not what it was intended for. So we do need to do some change there. And we've just had somebody go through and do an assessment for us on that. We've got quite a few Mangawhai stormwater improvements in specific locations. So previously we've said that we needed to do Mangawhai stormwater improvements, but we've actually got specific locations lined up that where we know we've had issues either in one of the weather events or somewhere else, so that we need to create some better linkages in there amongst some of the new subdivisions and things as well. Dargaville stormwater improvements for coastal outfalls. This is a focus on Mangawhari. There are 17 coastal outfalls into the river in the space of 1.4 kilometres. They're all very, very small pipes, which means a lot of maintenance, a lot of cleaning out, and very ineffective in terms of actually clearing the water when you've got a 100 mil pipe. So we've got a piece of work happening is currently being planned, and it will probably take 3 to 4 years to actually consolidate and rationalise what's happening through there, so that we get a better clearance of any waters that come through.
Would that be best described as to river outfalls rather than coastal, or is?
Well, it's classed as coastal outfall because it's so tidal.
Okay.
Because we have to be careful of the washback as well.
Yep.
Okay, so that's one of the reasons that we have to look at that rationalisation. And, oh, I've got a D in there. Te Kauperi stormwater open drains upgrade. So it's not about rain, sorry, it's about open drains. So we need to, so that's in that first 10 years as well. And then you've got your 30-year plan, and then these are the key projects in the second and third decades. So we've got stormwater upgrades across Dargaville, Mangawhai and Rurawai. We continue our district-wide water and wastewater system renewals, and in years 11 to 20, we expect that to be partly the Dargaville Raw Water Main, or completing that, depending on the urgency and the risk analysis that comes back. We're going to complete the Mangawhai pump station renewals. A lot of them are in years 1 to 10 to support the new disposal system, etc. But there are some other ones that will be done afterwards. We want to connect the Mangataroto Railway Village wastewater to Mangataroto Town. We're going for a new discharge consent now, but we think that'll be the last one we get. So we expect to have to connect that to the town, because it's actually being discharged onto a private farm. And that's when the municipal water supply for Mangawhai would also start kicking in, which would be completed in the third decade. In the third decade, then it's really, I mean, this is things that we expect to have happen, but of course it's hard to be specific or prescriptive. So we're expecting to need to do some stormwater extensions for growth, and a lot of that again will be about connecting and linking developments to make sure that we have a smooth egress of water. This is where the Dargaville wastewater treatment plant, it actually starts in the second decade, but goes into the third. Really making sure from a pump station renewal perspective and upgrade that we're meeting the needs and the capacity needs and the usage needs. The Mangataroto wastewater network extension is likely to happen through there, based on some growth expectations. Potentially municipal wastewater for Paparoa in that third decade. Increase the Baileys Beach water storage, which also, depending on the incident report, may have to come forward depending on the risk that exhibits, and complete that Mangawhai potable water. I think that's us. Questions?
Yeah. Okay, we'll have a couple of questions and then we'll move on. Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So going from there, we know that in Mangawhai, you've got treatment plant development and expansion to 5,500 connections planned. But there is nothing additional in that, even in that
that next
and 30 years.
That next module hits just outside the 30 years.
Just outside. So, okay, that'll be interesting to see whether the capacity of 2,500 or 2,000 connections lasts 30 years.
That will have to be reassessed as we read each 10 years.
That's a flexible thing.
And it's just outside the 30 years.
Okay.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just follow on question from Councillor Howard. I actually listened to Tamata, the chair, about this water release. So even Mangawhai wastewater plant, end up in the river, in the harbor somehow
Mhm.
from the Browns Road, right? So is there a possibility that we get those options here as well? That yes, you can go ahead and do whatever you like.
In terms of just discharging straight to water and anything else, that would require a change to our consent. So it's to go through
I mean, that's easier than spending $72 million.
the NRC may not look quite kindly.
We'll push. Thank you.
Which harbour do you think it goes into?
Kyabra Harbour it goes, end up.
So, okay.
You remembering that filters through.
Been through
Yeah,
that.
it's also filtered through land before it hits any water.
Okay, councillor Paniora.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Just going into this. So I have a couple of questions, and I guess the context is around the civil emergency that we've just had and actually still continues because the water quality within the houses in Dargaville is still subpar. My first question is who set this out specifically? I understand from the report that it was pulled from, from our long-term plan and annual plan and all of those sorts of things. So that's my first question. And then my second question is when we go to Dargaville, it's just, again, we heard this morning around there's a program of works, But when we're just looking at Dargaville alone, like the level of services and particularly in terms of our water, the water lines, we're not due to see anything until 2027 to 2028, 2028 to 2029. We have to reevaluate this whole program now, given what has occurred. And I'm looking and there's a big emphasis on growth. Man, we've got to get it right what we currently have. So that's my...
There's two parts to what you just said. We know that the incident, when we get the incident report, we will reevaluate the risk aspects, and we are going to be doing condition work in the next financial year anyway on this line. So if we do need to pull stuff forward, we will. And we will be, potentially coming back to council if we have to, if there's big sections at risk that we have to replace, which are more than what is allowed for in the district-wide water main renewals, then we'll be coming back and asking for that information, for that approval to spend. But the other side of it, remember, is that piece at Rotu that we're going to do that will increase the water supply and water security as well for Dargaville. And that will also help from a security perspective, so that when one of the things, obviously, from this incident that we need to be able to do is the water intake is quite a bit lower than where some of those breaks happened. So we should be able to take water from Rotu, regardless if there's breaks further up the line at Margaret. Okay, so we've got to take that into account when we do the upgrade at Rotu.
Okay. We have to err on the side of caution. We can't just be saying, well, we'll look at the risk. The risk is already there. It's been proven. So now we just got to get on with bringing forward this level of investment forward by even a year or 2 years, because it's so far out. I'm looking at some of the funding and it's just not as emergency as what we're needing for Dargaville. Some of these things can be pushed out. It's a 10-year plan. Why can't we move some things, some investments around?
And as Councillor Williams commented, we may well have to, depending on the outcome.
I think we have
investigation.
Okay, so Aaron Wilson-Collins up there, followed by last question from councillor Lambeth.
No, my question that would have been worded differently has already been asked. So I got my answers.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, councillor Lambeth, you have the last question, and then we'll have our next presenters today.
It's not really a question. It's just not trying to diminish what happened in Dargaville over the weekend, but a civil emergency was not declared. Just for those people out there listening, just a fact check. Not saying it wasn't critical, but a civil defence emergency was not declared.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Ellen. And we won't have a break. We'll just go straight into PECs.
We do need some